Hey, it's Uppity Unicorn. Go on ahead and let me know if you can hear me. As far as things are on my end, I see the microphone vibrating as well as there are other signals letting me know that my sound is fine. I'm going to be talking about the Essence Festival flop for the first time in 55 years in over half a century of existing. Essence Festival flop in all places. It flopped in New Orleans, the seat and the hub of distinguished Black American culture. It is a distinguished hub that all Black Americans know about. We can tell you about Steppin' in Chicago. We can tell you about, you know, whatever kind of Black owned bookstores in New York, but every single Black American has like New Orleans is like it qualifies as ancestral lands for the Black American. Specifically, I know for my people, the ancestral lands are from eastern Texas all the way to Alabama. So I've got eastern Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. Those are my specific, and I can't leave out the original map of North Carolina, right? North and South Carolina, right? These are ancestral lands for us. And so in the ancestral land of essence of Black culture, the Essence Festival flops. And it's because it did not, well, lots of things, lots of reasons. There was poor production on their part. They were new to this, not true to this. Essence is recently, and let me get my little visual up here. It's recently, well, you saw the thumbnail. It's recently African owned. And they want to kind of slip in there before I have this conversation. Let me just say, if it don't apply, let it fly. If it don't apply, let it fly. If I'm not talking to you, don't get your panties in a bunch imagining that I'm talking to you. If none of this stuff, if you've made none of the things that I'm about to say manifest, just listen to the rest. Like it might not be about you. I know sometimes people are like, oh, African Americans, they can all dance and sing. And then, there's some suburban African American, like a couple of my cousins, and they're just like, well, I can't clap to a beat and I can't sing. And I'm just like, fool, they're talking about the group. They're not talking about every single individual. They're talking about us in general. In general, whether you like the stereotype or not, the average African American can dance and sing. Even without singing lessons, for whatever reason, some of us can just sing and dance. Um, so even if I couldn't sing and dance, I could not then deny the reality of my people and what we do and how we represent. So, by all means, if this doesn't represent you as a Caribbean, if this doesn't represent you as an African, let it go. There are plenty of Africans and Caribbean people on TikTok who have inspired me to make this live. One girl from for some reason the Jamaicans and Haitians are surprisingly to me going hard in our favor. They're telling all the other Caribbeans and Africans, they're like, you have to let them have their things. Let them have the things. And I was a little bit in shock because usually it's the entire diaspora against African Americans. But I will say this, Caribbeans are kind of in the middle. They are the kind of middle ground. So if this diaspora, Africans, Caribbeans, Black Americans, the Caribbeans are kind of situated in the middle. And for whatever reason, and I think it's because they can fucking relate to us. I'll just say that. And I'll tell you how they can relate to us. Well, there are a million ways, but I'll just name one way that is pertinent to the conversation. But they were on there, like, in the name of African Americans, like, stop claiming their culture. You know the difference between Black American culture and African culture because every time you guys approach us, you say stuff like, "Well, in my culture, we do this. Well, in my culture, we don't do that. Well, in my like." So don't act like this is some kind of a, derivative form of you, like their culture is their own, and you should respect it, and you shouldn't be so poised to colonize their spaces. And I know colonize is a rough word, but it's like, permeate their spaces, dominate their spaces, take over their spaces. So Essence is usually a celebration of Black American culture. I mean, I can read to you what's on the screen, but I just want to, it's a celebration of Black American culture. We the people of these United States who built these United States up from not even 13 colonies. There weren't even 3 colonies. There was Virginia and the Carolinas when we got here. Many of us landed on Plymouth fucking Rock. And it's amazing to me because nobody says to a white American, "Oh, you're American, where are you from?" No, where are you really from? No, where are you really from? Because they are all kind of Irish, Italian, English, German, Dutch, Netherlands ass people. Like their ancestry comes from there. But they've been in America for so long. People of those nations don't then claim, I remember Irish Americans got a lot of attention from this Remick character in Sinners, and Ireland started making fun of, their version of a kata. These stray cats, like, we don't even know you, bro. You over here trying to dance and skip and river dance like you true Irish, nigga. That's me. You not like us. Like, y'all been in America for so long. Blah bitty blah bitty blah blah blah. And I'm like, that's how it really goes down among people. It really is, nah, you've been estranged from my land for so long, I don't know you. But for some reason, Africans in specific, Caribbeans not so much, but Africans in specific, especially West Africa, like, they want to claim Black Americans so bad. They want to say you're nothing but baby us so bad. And I'm just like, why don't you say that to Caribbean people? Because the difference between me, a Jamaican, a person from Trinidad and Tobago, a person from fucking Brazil, a person from hella South American countries is a motherfucking boat stop. Like how kids are going to school and they have a bus stop that all these niggas is riding the same bus, but there's like a dozen bus stops on the way home. I'm like, the difference between me and those people, right? Because we're not gonna talk about the fact that hella Black Caribbeans have indigenous ancestry and are indigenous as fuck. Just like we're not gonna talk about how so many Black Americans, we're out here, we're Choctaw, we're out here, we're Yamasee, we're out here, we're Washita, we're out here, we're Chickasaw. Nigga, that's on my blood. That's on my blood. The statement is on my blood. That's on Chahta. So, but we're not going to talk about that because these people are also indigenous. We can be properly referred to as Afro-Indigenous to some degree. We're not even going to talk about that heritage, right? Even though these people they could say what the Africans are saying. Do you know that the average Black American, the average Black American is between 10 and 15% white? And I'm talking about niggas who got 2 Black parents and 2 sets of Black grandparents. Come on, somebody who understands the peculiar institution of chattel slavery. And white people don't be looking at us like, well, we your real daddies. Blah 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 blah. Slave status followed the status of the mother. And so these white plantation owners would knock up our ancestors left and right. Literally, my great grandmother, literally Fanny Ferguson. Nigga, my great grandmother is the child of a slave owner and his Choctaw slave. Now, how could you be a Choctaw slave if you look like some Asian ass Siberian? You couldn't. We have always looked how I looked. There are plenty of Choctaw people around today who are white, blonde hair, blue eyed, whatever. I'm not here to talk to you about blood quantum, but the indigenous ancestors I come from, When my family says we have Indian in our family, by no means do we mean Siberian natives. By no means do we mean these Asiatic people. We've always looked like this. That's on Olmec heads. That's on Toltecs and Olmecs. That's on the nigga noses and the pyramids you keep finding all around North and South America. We've always looked like this. Just like as Australian Aborigines, they look black too, but they sprung from the land of Australia. Y'all are not in a rush to claim them. Just like these Dravidians and these black ass Indians on the continent of India, Southeast Asia, all this stuff. It's like y'all are not claiming them. Y'all are not in a rush to claim them. But they look straight out of Africa. Straight out of Africa, like Ice Cube is straight out of Compton. And you're not in a rush to claim their ingenuity. You're not in a rush to claim what they've created for themselves. It's just strictly a thing that the diaspora, specifically Africans, have with Black Americans. And all that, where are you really from? I'm like, why don't you ever ask a Jamaican that? Why don't you ever ask a fucking Dominican or Haitian that? You do know we got here on the same boats, right? You are aware that we got here same time, right? You don't ever ask them about the Africa they're really from. You don't ever ask them because you're like, oh, well, they're really Haitian. Oh, well, they're really Caribbean and blah, blah, blah. And they are. And we're really Americans. There was no United States there wasn't even 13 colonies when we arrived. We built them. How do you tell the builders of a nation that they don't authentically belong to that nation? It's crazy. I don't know how you do it. And you know, these people, these Nigerians and Ghanaians and all these other people, if you look at the establishment of these countries, like this country founded in 1770, blah, 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 this country, 1476, this country, we've been Americans for longer than they've been Nigerians. We've been American for longer than they've been Ghanaian. We've been American for longer than Eritrea has even existed as its own country. Like, I could just take you down a list, but somehow your identity is authentic and mine is not. How? How? I mean, think about it. When they wanted to make Meghan Markle an African princess through her lineage, through her Nigerian lineage, they didn't say, hey, we're gonna come Nigeria, Senegal, Gambia, Cote d'Ivoire, blah, blah, blah. They didn't say that. They were like from the three original kingdoms. When these lands looked kind of like this, and it would and before these colonizers drew lines across the continent, we existed as three kingdoms. One in Mali, one in the Songhai Empire, and one wherever else. And those three kings came together and dubbed Meghan Markle, like, even without the royal family, you're still a princess. If Harry were to divorce you tomorrow, God forbid, you'd still be a princess. You'd still be a royal. They had to come in the name of three great empires in order to do that. Because these lines that were drawn all over Africa, just like these lines that were drawn all over, hell, pick a continent, colonizers drew them. And furthermore, African Americans have a lot of Yoruba descent, okay? We're hella Yoruba. We're kind of Hausa if you're talking about 400 fucking years ago. And the reason we know that is because we still practice a version of Yoruba today. It's called Hoodoo. Haitians still practice a form of Yoruba today. And Yoruba, Ifa, whatever, like they still, it's called voodoo. It's called Haitian voodoo. And we've always acknowledged ancestry. But when you want to claim our whole culture or erode our whole culture and like, oh, well, we made you, so you're just a derivative of us. I'm like, no, nigga, you didn't though. There's nobody left on the continent who created us. The Africans who created us were sold, my nigga. You kidnapped them, my nigga. You sold them to white people, my nigga. And then you got into another slave trade with the Arabs and sold people to the Arabs too. We're from sold ass people. We're from captive ass people who no longer exist on the continent of Africa. They're not there because they ended up here. And you want to talk about your influence, you want to say, well, hip hop is not African American, African Bambaataa. Yeah, he's from so and so, whatever else. And I'm like, my nigga, do you know what Bob Marley said from his own mouth? Do you know what Bob Magnificent Marley, the whole of the fucking Jamaican culture, put Jamaicans on the map in a way where way after his death, they're not even off the map. Way after his death, people still think Jamaicans are some of the coolest mofos on earth. You know what he said? That signature reggae beat, uh, uh, like that signature beat that he always does. You know what he said he got it from? He said he got it from an African American church. But African Americans are so decent and so humble. We don't ever say to the Jamaican people, you're just a derivative of us. You got that from us because we know that that's their shit. That's their wave. They own that. It's one thing to be an influence, it's another thing. It's just like Africans claiming salsa. The whole world acknowledges that that's some Latino shit. But in terms of the way that they move their hips, the way that they twist, the leg work in that bitch, it came from people who were enslaved, people who were kidnapped, people who were stolen from Africa and shipped to the Americas. My thing is this, it was more Africans shipped to South America than shipped to North America. So why aren't you trying to claim Brazil? Brazil is the blackest nation outside of Nigeria on earth. You're not mobbing up to Brazilians talking about some, yeah, that's really my culture, nigga. You're just a derivative. We're the originals. Respect your roots. You're not looking up on them like that, even though they practice their version of Yoruba too. 21 divisiones. All of us have Orisha. All of us are talking about Yemeya and Oshun and Shango. All of us. All over the Caribbean, they have their Obia. Haitians have their voodoo. Black Americans have their hoodoo. But you're so quick to claim specifically the Black American when we're just like, why? On some Mariah Carey shit. Because even when you look around YouTube and TikTok, a lot of these people who are still on continental Africa, their content is all about African Americans. I'm like, the fact that we're resisting ICE, the fact that, police brutality, it is so far from you. But that's what you talk about. You're not talking about police brutality in your own country. You're not talking about governmental corruption in your own country. You're not talking about embezzling in your own country. And it's getting me to think because maybe no one would pay as much attention to you as they would if you bring up niggas. And that's another thing. You know how many Africans want to say the N word but don't acknowledge themselves as black? Especially Horner, East African, North Africans, they want to say the N word so bad. Well, we're African, but you're not black. You, anytime somebody calls you black. But when I say nigga, you know exactly who the fuck I'm talking about. When I say Negro, you know exactly what the parameters are. You know exactly who's being referred to. But when we start talking about our Black American culture, all of a sudden it's everybody's and it's up for fucking grabs. That shit is disrespectful. It's offensive. It's hurtful. It's all of the things. Like I gave the example about Bob Marley and him saying he got the influence for all that regular like that reggae beat you hear everywhere. The specific one, not the dance hall, but that specific kind of. I'm not even gonna do it with my mouth because it's gonna sound like I'm making fun of it, and I honor it. But Just like he said he got that from an African American church, that sound. African Americans have no right to call these Jamaicans a derivative. They have their own culture and their own right. Whatever inspiration they took from us, they put their own stink on shit. And it's been that way for how many years? We acknowledge them as whole unto themselves. We don't go up to Jamaicans and say, "Well, where are you really from?" Jamaica is enough. We don't go up to Dominicans and Haitians and say, "Where are you really from?" Even though they got the same fucking free ass boat ride to the Americas we got. We rode the same fucking boat, but we don't go to them like, "Well, where are you really from? You got to be from Africa. You black." We let them be Haitians and Dominicans. We don't do that shit to Afro Brazilians. But everybody does it to the black American. And I'm just like, what fuck? Why? We have been black Americans for longer than Eritreans have been Eritreans in Eritrea, right? The Italians brought their pasta over to East Africa. They tried to take over Somalia. They tried to take over Ethiopia. They got Eritrea. Eritrea used to be a part of Ethiopia. You know, Ethiopians, I've never, ever, ever, ever in my life, and I'm from Seattle, so we're hella East African. I've never in my life seen an Ethiopian say to an Eritrean, "Well, you're just a derivative." Ethiopia, when I was in undergrad in the early 2000s, nigga, Eritrea as a country wasn't even old enough, like if it was personified, wasn't even old enough to buy itself a drink at a bar. Eritrea wasn't even 21 years old. It was like 18, 19 years old. But I've never seen a young ass country, young, toddler ass nation, born from a war. I'd never seen an Ethiopian talk to them like, "Well, you're just a derivative." The one thing that I did see is that, there was a big rivalry between them, and it's all the same fucking food because they were all just Ethiopian, my lifetime ago, less than that. So the Eritreans would host an event at the University of Washington and say, "Okay, well, behind you, you'll find traditional Eritrean food. Enjoy." And they say that with a bunch of Ethiopians in the audience, and there's knucking and bucking because what do you mean Eritrean food? But they never did that derivative shit. Like, we made you. Now, Eritrea has always been its own area, but as far as it being its own country, like it's a country on the map, that shit is new. Woohoo! New ass country. Okay. But nobody says to an Eritrean, "Where are you really from?" "Well, you're really Ethiopian," blah, 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 blah. Nobody does that, even though that connection is more recent than the centuries African Americans have been spaced away from Africa. So I'm going to read this to you about Essence Magazine because it's important to me. By the way, please don't send me any supers. Don't send me any super chats, super thanks. If you want to support me, you can, send a cash up to Uppity Unicoins. But my channel, it's 15 of y'all here, and I love that all 15 of you guys are here. But the point is, if Uppity Unicorn doesn't blur, like for example, when Tay talks, she sent me a $20 super chat, Unicoins. And what happened was, if you don't break the threshold of $100 on YouTube, you don't get paid none of your money. None of it. YouTube just keeps it. You have to break that threshold to get what's yours. So by all means, we're not going to break the threshold with the way that my views are low like this. Um, so if you want to support, that's how you can. There is no pressure to. There is none. So I'm going to read this really quick just so that if you don't know what the hell Essence is, you get an understanding, because all black people know Essence magazine. All niggas know Essence and Jet. God damn it. But there may be details that you don't have. I'm just going to give you a few, right? The first issue of Essence was sent out May 1970. Y'all know that was 55 years ago? Do you know Essence has existed in our community for the better part of a century? Okay, that fine. That well and good. Edward Lewis, Clarence Smith, Cecil Hollingsworth. Do those sound like nigga names or straight out of Africa? And Jonathan Blount founded Essence Communications Inc. That's the ECI. That's so funny because I have a Nigerian friend who's Igbo, and her name is Enowa Chloe, and we call her Isi because Enowa starts with an E, and Chloe starts with a C. So it's just so funny because ECI is also EC. Okay, in 1968, it began publishing Essence magazine in May 1970. Lewis and Smith, these people whose full names I just read to you, called the publication a lifestyle magazine directed at upscale Black American women. And I'm saying Black American for a reason. I'm saying Black American because African American is such a arbitrary, like it's two continents. It's two continents. African American, that's what it is. And there are white South Africans who come here and say to Black Americans, I'm more African American than you'll ever be. I'm literally African and I'm literally American. I have American citizenship. And they're correct. Now, when I was in South Africa and people were talking to me like that, I was like, no, the fuck, I was mad about it. I was protective of Africa. And I'm just like, fuck you mean? You're Dutch, my nigga. You're a whole colonizer. You're white. You can't even be in the African sun for too long. What you mean you more African than me? I was equating it with melanin and carbon in the skin and all kinds of, but they were right. A Somali American becomes, naturalized as a citizen or born here, they're technically African American. They're African and they're American. And check this out. I just got done looking over my grandmother's birth certificate. African American is not on her birth certificate. And when I get a hold of my great grandmother's birth certificate, Negro is not going to be on her birth certificate. She'll probably be colored. Okay. So just like they have a group of people in South Africa called colored. Yeah. Yeah, that there. So like really the term African American was invented by Jesse Williams or whatever the fuck his name is and a whole slew of white people. And part of the reasons our name has been changed so many times is it's a paper genocide. Because what you have in the African American, as I said earlier, is African descent, indigenous descent, and European descent. We are made up of the same shit Mexicans are, just in different fucking forms. So it's kind of like how like Mexicans have a lot of indigenous blood. They also have hella African blood, shit that they won't talk to you about, shit that they won't talk to you about. But they have hella African blood too and hella Spanish conquistador ass lineage. But Native Americans aren't out here claiming them. They're not out here like, boy, give me that taco, give me that burrito. What you got on these, flautas? Like that's mine, homie. Give me that tostada. That ain't shit but fry bread, homie. Nigga, this mine. Like they're not spot checking people the way Africans are spot checking Black Americans. But I digress. So they recognize, and I'm continuing to read. So now you know why I'm not saying African American, because as far as the American census is concerned, recently 2025, African American and Black now are two separate groups. They're not the same group, and African American is being given as a term to people who are that, and that's probably another reason why they're coming at us, because we have called ourselves African American for so long. They're like, you are, I am, and I'm like, hold up, bitch. Respectfully, I see what you're saying, but respectfully, you know who the fuck I'm talking about. You know you're not a descendant of the people who built this country. You know that's not you. You know you is like dead ass fourth, third, fifth draft. You are not these first draft niggas. And you know you're not. So why are you saying that? And why does it only happen with us? I digress. So anyhow, they recognized that Black women were an overlooked demographic and saw Essence as an opportunity to capitalize on a virtually untouched market of Black women readers. That's what Essence was about, just so we're very fucking clear. It wasn't even about Black men. It was all about Black women. The target audience was Black women. Now that's a big deal because this is who you're most primarily insulting. These people who own and run Essence now, and just let me put it out there, girl, keep it. We don't want it back. We don't want you to improve shit. Keep it as African as you want to keep it. This is a breakup. This ain't even a boycott. It's a breakup. It's a never, ever, ever coming back. Have Essence. Have it. You own it. You got it. Anyhow, um, I'm going to scroll down. And I remember when I was an undergrad, I met the woman who, well, she was part of she owned Essence at the time. I guess she's maybe the one who sold it. I forgot her name. Shit. Anyhow, so I'm reading. I'm just not. So the format of Essence, scrolling further down the site, you'll find top stories, hot right now, and other section. There are tabs, various categories of publication materials, celebrity, fashion, beauty, hair, love. Essence Music Festival. This is where we are. The Essence Music Festival was, all right. So, what's it called? Wikipedia needs to be updated. The Essence Festival was the nation's largest annual gathering of African American musical talent and has been going on annually since 1994 in the NO. Nowlands, nigga. Bringing more than 400,000 people. The festival is a 3-day event that includes cultural celebrations, empowerment seminars. This kind of makes me upset. I'm sorry. Because what do you mean 400,000 people annually in New Orleans? And this year that the Africans owned it, it looked like New Orleans looked empty as hell. French Quarter, nada. Nobody was there. And Essence had put sanctions on people, sanctions on local businesses. Like you cannot run this business today. We have the Essence Music Festival shut down. And you know who was one of the top donors? Target, nigga. And you know who the owner of Essence is? She's a Nigerian woman who used to be the DEI, the DEI specialist over Target. So that job goes away. She gets fired. And the first thing she does is let Target suck the blood of Essence. The first thing she does as a whole vampire is bend these African American necks to one side so Target can suck the blood when you know good and well African Americans ain't fucking with Target. You know niggas ain't fucking with Target. Put Target on the fucking essence, like sick Target like a dog on the Essence Festival just to let people know, yeah, we're not like you and we're taking over. That is crazy. In 2007, presidential candidates Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton made special appearances at the Essence Music Festival. The 2009 festival was held in honor of Barack Obama's inauguration and presidency, with Beyonce as the headliner. This is what you drove into the ground. I'm sorry, I'm emotional about it. Don't judge me. Like I'm a whole ass nigga and I'm proud as shit of my culture, of my heritage, of my people. This is what you drove into the ground. Barack Obama, Hillary, Beyonce, 400,000 people annually since the 90s, since before some of you people popping off were born. And this is what you did to it. This is what you did to the better part of a century, of 55 years, more than half a century of work. This is what you did to it. And you laughed in our faces and you made little uploads. Well, culture is Africa and Africa is okay. Okay. Have it. What do you mean Beyonce was the headliner in 2009 at Essence? Do you know how big that is? Do you know how big and broad and expansive that is? How reliable a publication and its events has to be? Y'all couldn't even go through a sound check with Money Long. And I'm gonna read an article about that as well. I'll try to keep it quick, but it's like y'all couldn't even get through a sound check with her. Y'all let her sound check 5 out of 9 songs. Anyhow, in 2008, after partnering with Essence to develop a tape called Co-branded Special Presentation in Black America, Reclaiming the Dream, CNN reported live on site through the music. So CNN was there too. CNN, CNN, Beyonce, Obama, the Clintons. This is what Essence used to be. People who have performed there are people like Prince, rest in peace. Beyonce, we said that before. Patti LaBelle, Mary J. Blige, Lionel Richie. And you know what their lineup looked like? Money Long, Lauryn Hill, and hella African acts. Hella African acts. Music don't nobody know. Songs don't can't nobody sing along to. But just we're African, we're superior, we bought this, we're dancing in your face, accept us, give us your money. For what when it's not this anymore? It's no longer essence has been cut from our hearts. It's been cut loose. This is what you did, and it's what you intended to do. And you thought we were gonna keep supporting this. The way the festival was a failure and the people who did show up said they're never gonna show up again. There are African American, there are Black American aunties who have been showing up to this thing for decades. Bitch, I mean decades. I mean the full word. Decades, plural. A decade is 10 years. I'm talking plural. So 20, 30 years been going as part of their culture. Like a fucking annual pilgrimage to the heartland of Black American culture in New Orleans. Been going for 30 years and are not going to be there anymore because you took it, because you centered yourself. If you look at the picture of the people who did the Essence Festival, there's like 5 African faces and 3 dozen white people. Those are the people running Essence. 5 Africans and 3 dozen white people. Now, if I find the picture, I'll pull it up and post it. But I just want to make it very clear that what Essence really is, because we know it's a magazine, we know it's a this and a this, but it had its pulse on the actual culture of African Americans, of Black Americans. It had its hand on the pulse. So I'm going to present you with something else. I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to let Money Long speak for herself. And she's the one, yours, mine, ours. I can do this for hours, sit and talk to you for hours. That this is her. Or what is it? Nobody knows me like you do. Nobody gonna love me. Right? This is Money Long. So Money Long accuses Essence Fest producers of sabotaging her performance. Let me suck on this coffee real quick. Money Long has no problem clarifying a negative situation and is calling out Essence Fest producers for how they handled her recent performance on Sunday, July 6th. In a video shared on TikTok, the singer-songwriter had a cryptic version of her song Ruined Me playing in the background as she explained how she made the best of her Essence Fest experience. She accused the production team of telling her that she didn't have a sound check and then lying about it, not saying they didn't say that. So when she went to go do a sound check, production was like, "You don't have a sound check. You don't have a sound check. You're not sound checking. You don't have one scheduled. We have one for Lauryn Hill. We got one for, everybody else. You don't have one." And then when she confronted the issue with more people, they're like, "We never said you don't have a sound check. Who said that? We never told you you didn't." Personally, I've had shit like that happen to me before. I've been in production. I grew up on stage singing and dancing and in drill teams, dance squads, like whatever. And yeah, I've had it happen. I've had sabotage happen. I've had my whole drill team in tears because of sabotage. Anyhow, um, she said, I walked to the stage myself while I was supposed to be doing my vocal warm up and said, if I don't sound check, I'm not performing. Money explained nothing that she ended up doing sound check, noting that she ended up doing the sound check as people were walking in. So people are walking in on Money's voice as it's crusty. You know what that can do to a singer's career? So people are being seated in the audience as she's doing her sound check. Clearly because she was delayed. Clearly because she was supposed to do that sound check before anybody showed up. And she didn't even get to finish her vocal warm up before she had to do sound check in front of all these people being seated. So basically they got a free show, a pre-show. Production actively sabotaged my sound check, lying the entire time, saying I wasn't on stage and I was standing right behind them. Imagine them saying, well, we're looking for Money, but she's not here. She's not on stage. How is she going to do a sound check? And she's like, really, nigga? I'm like right behind you. Fuck you mean? She continued, the Grammy winner being, oh God, how do you win a Grammy and you get treated like this? The Grammy winner detailed how she barked on them multiple times over her screens, lighting cues that were subsequently messed up because of the missing screen content and not being allowed to check her music and mic levels to ensure it'd be an enjoyable performance. I'm telling you, microphones matter. If you've never been in production, if you've never been on stage, I'm telling you the way the microphone sounds, whether the sound is on the stage versus the sound is in the house, it's a totally different experience. When you go to smaller theaters, yeah, they don't need sound all throughout the house. But when you're in something like a Paramount Theater, like in downtown Seattle, it's like a fucking Apollo. You need sound in the house, not just on stage. And there are different things you turn on and turn off and flick at the same time in order to get that to happen. It's really technical. It's really technical. At theaters, you know how when you're in a music studio or you see that music producer on MTV or on TV and they've got a music studio and they got a bunch of switches and it just looked like hella buttons. That's exactly what it looks like when you're running a theater. When you're so-called stage tech. Anybody who's ever been stage tech knows what the hell I'm talking about. So she was trying to run her checks through that to make sure her images, right? Because she had a screen behind her to make sure that all this shit was synced up and they wouldn't let her. And they fucked up her performance. Check this out. Money shared by the time we finally got the microphones, they turned on Cassie's Long Way to Go. Because you got a long way to go. Say you want to love me, and you say you got skills in the bedroom. Na-na-na-na-na, na-na-na-na-na-na, 'cause you got a long way to go. So they turned on Cassie in the house over the loudspeaker. So we literally had to stop 90 seconds into the first song. I started laughing to keep from cussing. She went off on production yet again and only was allowed to sound check 3 of her 9 songs. Earlier I said 5. 3. 3 out of 9 songs she was allowed to sound check. Her microphone was on, but it was not synced with the sound in the house. So imagine she's singing um yours, mine, ours. I can do this for hours. And then Cassie is all you hear in the house. So it's racket. It's racket. 2 songs clashing like cymbals. It's racket. And there are people in the audience watching this happen, watching this nonsense, this disorganization happen. And here's it. I'm glad they got to witness it. What further aided her frustration was the fans. So you get hot as hell on stage. If it's even winter, lights on stage and what you're wearing, between your outfit, your makeup, your wigs, hot ass microphone, spotlights, that stuff gives off heat. It's hot. So like think of like when your cell phone overheats, it's hot. It's beaming at you like hot stuff. That's why stage makeup is stage makeup. Stage makeup is similar to damn mortician makeup. They really have to paint your face because you can look crazy under them lights without your makeup done and without it being on there thick. So your skin, your pores, not breathing. You need a fan. You need a fan. It can be raining outside, and Beyonce has all of her fans on because it gets hot up under all them lights. Anyhow, what further aided her frustration is I use the Beyonce fans, right? So she has the same fans that Beyonce has on stage because Beyonce doesn't want a big ass fan, right? She doesn't want these huge ass fans that look like propellers that can cut people up. She uses a smaller set of fans that are very powerful and she just uses a lot of them, right? Right? If you've ever seen Beyonce perform, there are hella little fans surrounding the stage. So I used the Beyonce fans, and the fans they had were just two regular office tabletop fans that were caked with dust. Caked with dust, she explained. Production assured her that the fans would be replaced, but that never happened. And she's seen kicking the fans in the video because the dust flew into her face and she audibly coughed into the mic. Dust can humiliate you as a singer. You inhale some dust, it gets into your throat. It can choke you up. It can get you booed at the Apollo Theater. Whole time you can really fucking sing. Dust will do that to a singer. And if you react quickly to, let me play this. Oh, it's on a different, okay, present, share screen, Instagram, share. Please just let me view it. So in this video, you'll see her kicking them dusty ass fans off stage. I can't let the whole thing play because y'all know why I can't let the whole thing play. So in this video, you're supposed to see her kicking them fans. I think that's when she coughed. I'm trying to play the coughing, but I didn't see it in that video. There's a video on TikTok where you can literally see her kicking the fans, kicking the dusty ass fans that are destroying her performance, and it's so sad. I'm gonna present another thing. So what I'm going to be presenting is there's a conversation, or here I can just go here first.
Single year growing up, let me just say we have never had an issue with the African diaspora, but it seems as though it hasn't been that way in return. Essence, girl, was empty this year. Essence is losing its African American culture. No Black Americans were even present at Essence. The Africans are taking over our culture. As someone who was born and raised in New Orleans and attended Essence Fest every single year growing up, let me just say we have never had an issue with the African diaspora, but it seems as though it hasn't been that way in return. So just a quick backstory. I remember when dashikis became very popular around 2018, and it became popular in America. But of course, that is something of the African culture. And I purchased one for myself, my mom, and my niece, and we all wore them to Essence Fest because in our opinion, that's the culture of my people, meaning African people, who was never viewed as the enemy. And that's also because being from New Orleans, we knew where our culture started. We know where our culture stops. We know how powerful our impact is on the world, and we have our own culture. But we also never view our own people as a threat. The judgment that Black Americans have received from Africans is not something that I am downplaying whatsoever, because I myself have encountered it by being told I'm uncultured. but my
Mm-hmm.
city is my culture. And what's been my observation with this whole conversation coming up around Essence Fest is Black Americans have started to feel a little judged slash disrespected by people of the African diaspora to the
Mm-hmm.
point where, well, if you feel that we are uncultured, don't come to our event of culture and try to take over. Once
Mm-hmm.
again, that's my observation that I've taken away so far. Now, let's speak on New Orleans and the Black representation that was present this year, or should I say the lack thereof, according to social media. Larry Morrow, who is a NOLA native, his restaurants and his clubs were packed every single day, every single night.
Mm-hmm.
Supa, she bartended at Drago's as an Essence activation. Toya was booked for Disney as well as the Coca-Cola stage at Essence Fest. I myself was booked by Shea Moisture along with 3 to 4 other Black Americans to attend with them as well as have a paid collaboration. Tam Loves to Eat, who is also a NOLA native, booked at Essence, alongside Keith Lee at that. Judy with Kaleidoscope also booked at Essence as an activation as well as did a whole second line in the airport. The entire Loretta's Pralines was rented out, had a line wrapped around the corner during Essence. Vanessa Marix, who we know and love, also had an activation at Essence, who is Black American. Camille Rose, Mayel. Now, do I feel like there can always be more Black Americans? Absolutely. But please don't think that we weren't present this weekend. Now let's get into the performers. We had Glorilla, Erica Badu, Master P, who is NOLA native, Jill
Mm-hmm.
Scott, the Isley Brothers, Nas, Muni Long, all of who identify as Black American, if I'm not mistaken. Now the only non-Black American performance we had this year was Davido and Buju Banton, which is not odd for Essence to have, as they usually always have some African performer. Now, do I think Essence could have had a better lineup with more new? Maybe the night that Glorilla was there? Absolutely. But I don't feel like they've completely diverted from the culture whatsoever. Now let's talk about Empty, which was really like the popular topic from what I've seen on social media. I'm not sure if people were recording at the very beginning of performances or when things opened, but the entire city was packed. And I'm not even exaggerating. We stayed downtown like 5 minutes from the convention center, and it took us one day 30 minutes just to get to the drop off area. There was also times when we had to wait about 15 minutes for Ubers. And also, the convention center was packed. I'm not sure why there's so much banter to try to discredit Black events or organizations when this should really be a moment of unity and celebration, especially for my city. My city, y'all, has gone through a lot of things over the past few years. And to see us bounce back in this way, I mean, last year we had the same amount of attendance as Coachella for one weekend. That's insane for the city of New Orleans. Do you know how many jobs that created? It is a big thing for New Orleans. I want to shed a little light on something when it comes to the history. Before I say that, yes, baby, they were late on night one, 2 hours late. I have no excuse for that. They know they need to do better on that. But what I want to talk about is the attendance. So it's important to note that Essence has had a major change when it comes to the flow of the concerts as well as the performers. Growing up, there used to be about 3 to 4 super lounges for every single night. So that means main stage and lounges both had concerts going on. So basically, the lineup was pretty much doubled, which of course would bring in more people to attend every single day. Now, the problem that I personally had with this was that you would sometimes miss a performer that you wanted to see since they would be in the super lounge, but you wanted to see somebody that's on the main stage. The old
Mm-hmm.
way it used to be kind of gave an indoor Coachella vibe, whereas now it's basically everything at one stage. But overall, I really do hate the separation that exists between Americans and Africans. I just feel as though it's so unnecessary and we're literally creating a war against each other. And if there's any Africans who feel as though Black Americans do not have culture, they've clearly never visited New Orleans, and we embrace our culture fully and do not mind sharing it with others. And me personally, I am not someone to hate on or discredit any type of African culture. Instead, if you followed my content, if you've seen the clothes I wear, I embrace and appreciate African culture. And I'm not saying Essence Fest was perfect, because there was most definitely things they could have improved. Because in my head, none of us wins if we're constantly at war with each other. A war that quite frankly holds no value in the progression of our people.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys let Africans buy Essence Festival, get up on stage, say that The original people are here, and you were silent. So what?
So I'm glad the other lady spoke the way that she spoke because there's some balance. My personal opinion about diaspora wars is that it's not really a war. It's just everybody gang up on African Americans, and every now and then somebody like the Caribbeans will defend us. Um, but we're always at the center in terms of like where the fighting is. And African Americans, I know this because I'm a millennial. Millennials are anywhere between 32 and 46, 47 right now, 46. So I went to school. Like I was in high school in the early 2000s. I went to college at the University of Washington, and where the original University of Washington campus is in Seattle, it's right next to the historically black district that's called the Central District, right? It's a historically black city that's been gentrified. I know people are like, oh, there's black people in Washington. It- There were. We were part of the Great Migration. So that migration north, when people went East Coast and the Harlem Renaissance was created, we also went west. We also went, to Oakland, to Portland, and to Seattle. These are cities that historically have had a ton of black people, and now they're losing their black people.
What you need to understand is that Black Americans, those who are native, now there are some that originated in Africa, okay? But those who are native are not African. They are native to America. Do your history, do your research, okay? Native American. My grandmother, full Native American. I need you guys to understand this. Full
This is what we look like. I was talking about something earlier, right? Because they're just like, oh, well, we're the originals, we're the this and this. And I'm just like, African Americans aren't even a original people. Like a Somali girl said this to me, and it bothered me when she said it, right? She said something like, your people didn't even exist in the beginning. Because being Somali, being a Horner East African, she's Cushitic. So Cushites, I mean, you can read about a Cushite in the Bible. You can read about a Cushite in 2,000-year-old whatever, old ass books. And she's like, you didn't even exist. And at first, I wanted to pop off like, bitch, I'm black and I have the Eve gene. You got it, I got it, my mama got it. So what the fuck? I'm still mitochondrial Eve. Don't get it fucking confused. But the African American is really, I don't know why I wanted to say mutt instead of mixed. But when African Americans do their little 23andMe tests, that bitch always says most of your percentage is Nigerian. So let's say you're 19% Nigerian, and then you got Senegal and Gambia, then you got Madagascar, then you got Cote d'Ivoire, then you got Mali, then you got, the Gambia, Senegal, whatever, and you have a shit ton, Cote d'Ivoire included, you have a shit ton. You have about 13 or 14 African nations that your ancestors came from. And then when you look at the rest of the map, it's like, oh, this percentage English, this percent Dutch, this percent broadly uh, Southwestern European, this much German, right? Because colonizers and rapists, this much Irish. And then the other part of it says that so this much Native American. And the Native American part is honestly fucked because when African Americans first started these tests in the early 2000s, I'm talking about like 2007, 8, 9, African Americans were all over NPR finding out that they were 98% Native American. And so when that kept happening, there was a switcheroo of the genes. I can't make this shit up, you guys. This is why I'm just like, you can trust the DNA test as far as you can throw it if you're an African American. It might be fair for other people, but if you're an African American, good luck because they then separated the haplogroups. So now what registers, like there's an Asian woman on TikTok fucking up Native Americans, fucking up the Asiatic Siberian descent Native American, right? Because she's Chinese. She's Chinese and Korean. And Her DNA test came back 100% Native American. She said, I know you fucking lying. I know you fucking lying. I'm a straight up Mongol. I know you fucking lying. And ever since she's been on TikTok handing Native Americans their asses, calling them $5 Indians, a fake, a fake, a fake. Your culture looks like exactly what these mofos do in Siberia, this and this and that. And African Americans have been saying it forever. African Americans have been calling themselves Cherokee and Choctaw and whatever forever. And people are just like, well, you don't look like it. You look like an African. And I'm like, just like the original natives of Australia, those Aborigines, what color do they look? All Aborigines are copper colored. The Aborigines of India, copper colored. Their skin is like copper. Their skin is like brass. And I'm like, I don't know why you would look at fucking Louisiana, Alabama, Oklahoma, Mississippi, Florida, and not think dark skinned people live there. Columbus, Christopher Columbus, this bitch people want to say discovered America. He's the one who wrote back to the Queen of Spain and said, "Fuck are the people of the Queen of Sheba doing here? What are they doing here? You want to talk about somebody who was confused?" Because he was even like, what? It's a question he asked. And you can see all these letters and how they're talking about how they're so impressed with how the Native Americans dance. Whose dance is the world the most impressed with? Whose dances are something to write home about? I know you've seen these Native American powwows, which is a bunch of bullshit because powwow is a word in Algonquin. And they were the only ones having powwows. And now every Native American you see is talking about powwow. I'm like, that wasn't even a word in your language, but go off. You're not even Algonquin. You're Issaquah, but go off. You're Medina, you're Buckeye, but go off. And you see them, doing the same, hey, hey, drum, 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 and it just looks like a Watusi. It don't even look like a Watu. It just looks like how you can step, side, step, step, step. Like it looks like some shit you can teach on a ballroom floor. I'm sorry, it looks simple as fuck. And then you have what Master P called the real Native Americans, and you see a little black girl, a little black boy doing a second line dance, and it's like, how are you doing that? How are you dancing and you're still moving forward? Like how what do you mean Crip Walk? Bitch, that's an indigenous victory dance. Just like the Maori people had that and they're doing these hakas. The Samoans and Tongans and Maori people, they have that haka. It's like we have ours too. Not necessarily, please don't let me, I'm not trying to colonize that, but like the dances that we do to intimidate people. And honestly, you see that shit all over Divine Nine sororities and fraternities. Dances that intimidate people, dances that call people out, dances that like, knuck if you buck, bitch. I dare you. It has the same quality of a haka in terms of expressing pride in your people and daring a nigga to do something. Right? Because African American colloquialism, I wish a nigga would. I wish you would break up this line. You see me and all my sorors strolling. I wish you would break up our line. See if you don't get jumped by a bunch of prissy ass AKAs. Some ski-weeing ass, pinky finger throwing in the air ass, ivy leaf ass. See if you don't get fucked up. It's part of the culture. So when we say we're when we say we're Aborigines, more than Native American, when we say we're Aborigines, people look at us crazy. And I'm just like, we've been here. We have our heritage from Africa that goes back 400 centuries. But then we also have our original North and South American ancestry. And I don't get why people see these Olmec heads with these broad ass noses and cornrows in their fucking hair and fat ass lips. And they're just like, oh, well, we don't know why the Native Americans decided to make the statues look like that. Bitch, everybody carves in their own image. Fuck you mean? We've been here. We've been here. I don't know if you're into the Anunnaki or in Thoth and Ptah, all these different things, but like, no, we've been here. We're not going to deny a slave trade. We're not going to deny indigenous heritage either. We've been here. We can't even deny European heritage. We try to refuse to acknowledge it. But even on my own DNA test, I was more than 10% white. I got 2 black parents and 2 sets of black grandparents. 2 sets of Negro parents. And it's all kind of stuff in there. I've had my own people like, are you black? Where are you from? What are you? I'm like, fuck, like I look like everybody in goddamn Alexandria. I look like everybody in New Orleans. Fuck you mean? What am I? But it's a mixed up ass heritage. But what I'm trying to say is, Christopher Columbus had all these journals and he would write back about how the Native Americans, the native niggas would straighten their hair with hot irons. Bitch, that's on a Marcel. Do you know what a Marcel is? The Marcels are a collection of heat tools that old school beauticians would use on our hair before all these plug-in ass flat irons. They would literally be using iron on your hair. Iron, not ceramic, iron. And they would shove those things in an oven and straighten your hair out. This nigga Columbus wrote about this. He's like, oh, they use bear grease and hot irons to straighten their hair. So they want to talk about how, oh, well, Native Americans have straight hair and your hair is nappy, bitch. Look at the way they do their natural hair. All these older pictures of Native Americans, you see the ends are always wrapped up. You want to know why? You see those ends, the hair will be in 2 braids, and the ends, like the last 4 inches of the hair, will be like wrapped up in feathers and leather and whatever else. Every natural black girl knows that if you let your hair rub up against the fabric of your clothing, you're going to get split ends and you're going to have to cut your hair. What did Aborigine people hate doing? Cutting their hair. They hated cutting the hair. So it's like, I'll keep this shit in 2 braids and wrap up the ends until they grow down my back before I ever cut this hair. And even today in natural hair communities, they encourage you, they call it bonding or roping, shit. But basically it's like little bubbles of hair. Like you put hair ties throughout the hair. Satin or silky ones in order to keep your hair from breaking. And this is what I want black people, well, this is what I want all people to get. I have to call a trans woman a trans woman. I have to call a trans woman a woman, but I can't call myself an Aborigine. You see how fucked up that is? Like, we want to talk about who and what and how was born this way. I'm like, I'm literally born this way. I literally belong to tribes who were absorbed by the Choctaw and the Chickasaw. Hella, that's why there's 5 civilized tribes. There's 5 tribes that the American government recognizes. So many Native Americans, like these Washita people and these Yamasee people and these Comanche, like they were absorbed by these tribes. If they wanted to be recognized, they got absorbed. And so many Native Americans, Aborigines, I'm talking, Aborigines, who were here before anybody else, including the Siberian natives, including the Siberian natives. This is not what this is supposed to be.
Carib, okay, full Carib, which was Native Americans as well. But we will get there.
Do you guys remember the woman in the case of Loving versus Virginia? Loving versus Virginia. That was the case that decided that miscegenation, anti-miscegenation laws were a violation of the Constitution. We, the people of the United States, have certain inalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I love this woman. And you're telling me I can't marry her because she's a full-blooded Rappahannock. Go back and look at that woman. She looks like every African American, so-called African American woman of your time. Same hair texture, same features, whatever. Full-blooded Rappahannock. She wasn't even being called black. We call her black now, but she was being called colored. You can't marry that colored woman. That's the miscegenation. That's the mongrelization of our pure white race. No, you can't marry her. They fought and they won. Loving versus Virginia. If you are a nigga under the sound of my voice, you have to know Loving versus Virginia. You have to know the Dred Scott case. You have to know Plessy versus Ferguson, and you have to know Brown versus the Board of Education. Nigga, that's your history. That's you making America a place where these people could come in. All these people who are calling you niggas and corny and you're uncultured and you don't have a culture. This is how you did it. This is how you did it. This is what you fought, how you fought, and this is how you won. Plessy versus Ferguson, the Brown versus the Board of Education, Loving versus Virginia, the Dred Scott case. You have to know, you have to be able to spout that shit off as indigenous Black Americans. You gotta. There's so much blood in our legacy, so much loss of life in our legacy over these big court decisions. So everybody tells a story of Loving versus Virginia, right? Because they were the guy's last name was Loving. The shit is ironic because it's like, this is love. I love this woman. This is love versus the state. What happened to my inalienable rights of among those life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? She's my happiness. If you go back and look at, right, because they made a movie about it and they made it like, oh, a black woman, a black woman, a black woman. That lady was not half, not a quarter. She was a full-blooded Rappahannock. And it's so easy to call her black because Rappahannocks are among the nations that were absorbed by the bigger nations. They were absorbed. Who recognizes Rappahannocks anymore? Nobody. Nobody. And moreover, they want the world to believe Native Americans are really these Asiatic Siberians. And I'm just like, you've been here long enough to be called Native. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm not going to tell you you're not Native. But you get to tell me I'm not an Aborigine when I know that I am. I got to believe you over my grandma regarding my heritage. I got to believe you. We've been here and we've been black. That's all I'm saying. We've been here and we've been black. Or technically copper colored, right? Nobody is really the color of a black crayon. But we're the original copper colored people that Columbus saw when he got here. And he said, what are the people of the Queen of Sheba doing here? Because we look like what? The Queen of Sheba is a Candace. She's a Candace. That's how we say it in English, but in her language, Kandaki. She's Ethiopian. Ethiopian. You know what Ethiopia means? Ethi and Opia. It means land of the burnt face people. Now that's why Ethiopians are like, oh, we're Habesha. Don't call we're Habesha. This is a word they created. Abyssinia, whatever. Like even Abyssinia, like I know you're not calling these people the abyss, god damn it. But like that's what Ethiopia means. The colonizer ass name. Y'all didn't make that word up. But carry on.
You guys need to understand that Africans and African Americans do not have the same blood. They don't have the same mentality. There is a survival mode that is switched on in every African's mind, and they will love you as much as they need you to survive. You understand. When you understand and you know your history and you learn your history, you can never be bamboozled again. That's all I'll say. And you know what to do, then you won't even come here to argue with me. You will literally do your research and understand that what I am saying to you is what has been hidden for so long. You can fight the power, do everything that you want to do in America as somebody who is not native to America, and still not understand that the
So the point that I was making earlier is that when I said the Somali girl was like, whatever, you guys didn't even exist in the beginning, even though it hurt my feelings at the time. And I wanted to, pop off with the mitochondrial Eve DNA. I was just like, we didn't. We're a bloodline that was created. We didn't exist from the beginning. It's just like Mexicans, that Mexico, mestizo. Mestizo means mixed. That's why you don't call a Mexican a Native American. Whole time they're Native European and African. Whole time. So they're their own people. They have their own blood. This is how you start a people. That's how a people begins. Just like Black American Creoles. They're a subcategory of a bloodline in Negro Americans. They're a subcategory because they created their own bloodline. So if somebody wants to claim us, I mean, because I've seen Native Americans do it too. I've seen Native Americans make videos that get a million views and they're just like, oh, these are some famous Native celebrities. And it's Aaliyah and Michael Jackson. And it's Aaliyah, if your girl only knew, and Michael Jackson, he. And there are people arguing in the comments like, oh, these people are Black. And it's like, well, Michael was this much Choctaw and Aaliyah was this much Cherokee. That's why they're on the list. So I've seen Native Americans claim us too. I've seen Native Americans claim soul food. People who call themselves First Nations, like, yeah, these collard greens, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, homie, none of the Native American cookbooks, none of them. They got fry bread and cornbread, and the cornbread is made out of cornmeal. It looks very, 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 very different than African American cornbread. The closest things African American has to the way that the Native American Siberian natives make in their cornbread, the closest thing we have to that is hot water cornbread. That's the closest thing we have to the way that their cornbread is made. But because they're both called cornbread, they will claim our cornbread. It's just like people talking about American cuisine. Now we're talking about white people, right? Mac and cheese and fried chicken and deep southern fried catfish and barbecue. The barbecue as we know it in America was created by enslaved Black women, not even the men, the women. Because we had to be in them kitchens and cooking outdoors and whatever it was, with all that sexism and all that division of labor type shit. The barbecue you know and love today, right? Because in South Africa it's called a braai, and it's different. But all that good old brisket and them cow meat ribs and all of that is a Negro woman. Mac and cheese, all this stuff. Now you get to the men because you have Hemmings and Hercules, these slaves who were owned by the president, and they got sent to France to learn how to do some pretty ass cooking, and they got home and they're like, yeah, but we gonna do it this way. Everything people are calling American cuisine that they're attributing to white people. Niggas made it. You had slaves, homie. You weren't in your kitchen doing all that. Niggas was doing it for you. So other groups of people lay claim to us as well. Other groups of people lay claim to us as well. But what I'm trying to say is we are our own people. And just like Africans can try to claim us, Europeans try to claim hip hop. They're like, okay, but hip hop was born out of the English language. Who taught you English? Who made sure you wouldn't speak your language on a plantation? So it's white influenced. For sure, you're right on. Technically, according to that speaking point, like that's not a lie. But I'd be damned if you call it anything but my. You know that hip hop is my culture. You know that. You just like it. It's hella famous. It's hella global, and you want to jump on the bandwagon. So I've seen white people do it. I've seen, Siberian Native Americans do it. But I've never seen anybody do it more than Africans. And I think the reason Jamaicans and Haitians popped out defending us because they know what it's like for people to want to be you and to want to claim you. I have to admit, even myself, so many people would be like, "You're African American?" Like I told you, even niggas would be confused. I don't know why. Like I had a mixed friend and she would bring all her white friends to me and they're like, "Oh, you're so pretty. You must be Jamaican." I got called a Jamaican so many times. I embraced it. I would not correct people if they called me Jamaican. I started wearing my hair in little wraps and shaba because Jamaicans are cool as hell. Just cool for no reason, just swaggy. I mean, the majority of Jamaican men, you might let bend you over, sis. I'm just being honest. He could be skinny and dusty, but the way he bumba clap, the way he talk that talk, the way he talk that Rastafari shit, all of a sudden you dressing like him, you cooking like him, you jerking your chicken. And I'm like, you're a whole Negro. Jerk chicken ain't never been yours. We don't even make oxtails like this. We make it like that. And I gotta be real. I prefer Black American oxtail preparation over Jamaican oxtails any day or night. It is what it is. But they're so cool. People have pretended to be them. You feel me? You hear what I'm saying? And I think because they can relate to people imitating them. Like when I tell you all around the world, people are, islanders especially, islanders are taking on aspects of Jamaican culture. It's global. Not in the sense that Black American culture is global, but it's global. Hell, Bob Marley is global. He's a global influence. And I think because they can relate to people wanting to lay claim to them and play in their culture and play in their image, I think that's why they ended up, because usually the Caribbeans and the Africans gang up on us, but I think this is why the Caribbeans were like, wait a minute. I'm like, because you niggas could relate. You Haitians can relate. You Jamaicans can relate to people playing in your identity and pretending to be you. It wasn't until I got into hell, I think throughout high school, people would call me Jamaican. And it wasn't until I got to college that I got strict about correcting people. I'm a Black American. I'm a whole ass Negro. Don't, no, that's not what I am. But I liked it because Jamaicans are fresh to fucking death. Swag don't make no sense. Just born with it. Let me get out of here.
Are Africans and Caribbeans ruining Essence Fest? Are they trying to take over Essence Fest? Short answer is no. but we know it's more complicated than that. Hi, my name is Talia, and this is part 2 to my thoughts about Essence.
So I already disagree with Talia because I've already listened to the people of Essence Fest talk about this. I've listened to the woman who owns Essence and the other woman who was curating things. I've already heard them talk about this.
I hate the diaspora wars, and I feel like they're using a lot of words just trying to say African booty scratcher on the cool.
I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't like the way that she addressed the situation, understanding that this.
I don't either. You see this shit on the screen? The battle of Jollof versus jambalaya. You see how Battle and Jollof are the same fucking size? And there's this little insignificant jambalaya. You see the bias even in the presentation of things. Even in the presentation of things. How is it going to be a battle if Jollof already won? Jollof already won. Look at it. Do you see this? Let me go to my yeah. Y'all see that. It's on the screen. Well and good. That shit is anti-African American as fuck. I'm like, you're absorbing us. And I've already heard, like I said, and I'll try to find it and play it for you, but these people are just like, you think I'm going to own this and not put my culture in it? And I'm like, you're right. It's African owned. Take it. You got it from here. You got it. You thought you were better than niggas and you ran your first Essence Fest into the fucking ground. More people than would show up at Coachella would show up at the Essence Fest. And you ran yours into the ground. And if it's going to be like this from here on out, where you see this as second-class citizens within our own culture, who wants to be treated like that? And I'll say it like this. The Black American is so well cultured, right? Because we're sensitive about other people's culture. And I don't care. You can find the most uneducated thug ass dope boy. When we go to carnival, when we go to Caribbean carnival, the Negro American never expects to center themselves, never expects for the culture they come from to be represented. We go to carnival. We will even wear y'all fucking flags. You know how many African Americans wear Jamaican flags? And we'll go there and whine our waist and do what you guys do. We loved dance hall. We loved the era of Sean Paul. Just give me the light and I got coming up. We love calling me Mr. Bombastic, calling me fantastic, touch me on the butt. She said I'm Mr. Romantic. Right? We loved that shit. We loved that shit without inserting ourselves into that shit. We didn't like, oh, Pondy River, Pondy Boat, Pondy River. You know, it was us upon the river. You know, we went wade in the water. That was us in the river. We didn't do that. We just celebrated you and supported you and had a good time without trying to colonize your space. But for some reason, when it comes to Black American culture, it's always it's seek and destroy, colonizing our space. You want our space that we created for our culture to represent you more than it represents us. We don't mind there being a side by side. We don't mind you being there. African Americans have been the most responsible out of the entire diaspora with giving other diasporic identities and ethnicities and nationalities a platform. We have. We be the first ones to bring you the homie from Kenya and let her talk her talk. We'd be the first fucking ones, Pan-African and ass hoteps, and our big ass kufis with a big Africa medallion and a dashiki, thinking it's all one love, like Bob Marley said, and we're just like, you niggas is tribal as hell. Tribal as hell. You gotta house a Yoruba fight over here. You got an Ethiopian Somali fight over here. We can't barely keep you niggas in the same fucking room. We had the Black Student Union. We had the African Student Association. And you know what else we had? SSA, Somali Student Association, because even the African Student Association on the campus of the University of Washington was so Ethiopian dominant. It was so Habesha dominant. They would strong arm all the other African groups. And so Somalis made their own group. You want to talk to me about unity? You want to talk to me about unity? This nigga Akon talking about his futuristic city. Even when he would talk about it, he would diss African Americans. He would be like, Africans, we different. Some African American ass guy, he don't wake up until 10. He's high, he's smoking, he's sagging his pants, whatever. We wake up with the sun. We are on it right away. We are hustlers. And I'm like, you were trying to sell a city in Ghana to African Americans and even trying to sell it to us. You diss us. And you know what Ghana did? Took back all that land in spite of whoever invested in it, because it still looked like sheeps and goats. It was supposed to look like some Elon Musk ass Chinese smart city. It's supposed to look like Chengdu, China. It's supposed to look like Chongqing. And it was just grassland and herds. Still, they're like, nigga, give me this shit back. Go look at Akon now. It's like your ancestors knocked you upside the head for dissing African Americans. I don't know. Excuse me. I say African American, but you know what I mean. I mean niggas.
Festival created specifically to celebrate our culture. We do not go to other people's culture and try to change their events or their festivals or their celebration to make it about us. We don't do that. So,
I mean, if Essence was up for sale, like a Black American could have purchased it as well. It's 2025. It's going to look different. America's different. Everything is different. I mean, a little intellectually lazy just to say, well, oh, it's an African that's leading, that owns it, and that's another one that's leading it. So they're trying to change everything.
What was lazy is that you're taking a situation where artists that are Black American have felt disrespected, that concert or festival attendees have felt disrespected, and or that their time was wasted, or why would they attend it? That is disrespectful. That is lazy. Throughout history, we have been disrespected. There's a lot of layers to our country. There's a lot of layers to who we are as people in our culture. So to come in and try to dismantle that is insane. And the fact that these artists have to even come out and express these concerns when that has never happened before. So yes, the ownership is the problem. Yes, trying to come in and change the Essence Festival is a problem. You should have left it alone. And we're not even out here trying to call out names. We're not even trying to be disrespectful. We're just addressing the fact that we feel that our culture is being disrespected and that we do not like the trajectory or where it is going, as we should. It was ours to begin with. Make it make sense. I'm just so tired of people that's not even Black American trying to act like we are just doing the most.
I hate the diaspora wars, and I feel like they're using a lot of words just trying to say African booty scratcher on the cool.
I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't like the way that she addressed the situation, understanding that this is a festival created specifically to celebrate our culture.
By the way, I am going to read your comments. Actually, let me go on ahead and do that now.
The Essence Festival of Culture, held annually in New Orleans, is the largest festival in America by per-day attendance, attracting over half a million attendees daily.
I'm going to read your comments now just to, because I don't mean to neglect. Your so-called FBA is a huge flop. Have a good day. A huge flop. So for those of you who don't know, FBA means Foundational Black American. It was coined by Tariq Nasheed, or made famous by Tariq Nasheed. Another one. So we got FBA, and we got ADOS, and we got DACS. So let me put those in the chat. Because look how hostile. Look. Whole time your name is Tyga. Your name is in AAVE, is in African American vernacular. All right, let's say DACS. That means descendants of American chattel slavery. That's DACS, FBA. And we've had to come up with these terms to separate ourselves from people because everybody wants to hop on. Like everybody, all of a sudden, I went to bed and people looked down on niggas. I woke up and everybody wanted to be a Black American, an African American, excuse me. And every time I see the Africans, they're crying about African booty scratcher. But what you don't know, what you never even I got called an African booty scratcher growing up by two Black boys who were darker than me. The dozens are a part of Black American culture. We just go. Your mama's so fat, she on both sides of the families. Your mama's so stupid, we told her it was chilly outside and she wouldn't have got a bowl. Your mama's so fat, she jumped in the air and got stuck. It just clowning folk is part of the culture. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying the dozens, that's our shit. Shit talking is part of the culture. It is. And all that, it's the only thing the Africans say is booty scratcher when they were a kid. I'm like, okay, so you got called booty scratcher by an ignorant kindergartner, first grade, second grade, elementary school student, and you're an adult screaming akata. You're not, the difference between you and the person who insulted you, you're not a 7-year-old kid. You're a grown ass 40-year-old woman. And it's still akata and hard ER niggers and like that's you. That kid ain't know no better. And that kid was calling Africans, African Americans, and Caribbeans African booty scratchers. Some insult from the 90s, nigga. An insult from the 90s. The early 90s, not even the late 90s. Some insults from the early 90s. I'm talking 1990, 1991, 92, 93. But you held on for that long. Whole time, the adult African Americans, the parents of the children who called you an African booty scratcher are straight up fucking hoteps. Singing every Akon song that comes out. Mama Africa has so much love to share. Pure blackness, oneness, so rare. Just loving this shit. Defending the fuck out of Africa, even though we're the only Black person in the room. I'm telling you, we embraced you with open arms. It's the Black American who said, hey, at the end of the day, we all Black. Don't call me Black. Ha! I am Igbo. You don't call me Black. I'm a Niger. Ha! I have a culture. Ha! You call me Black? Do I look Black to you? Like I'm Habesha. Like, look at my hair. Look at my nose. It's not wide. No, I'm Habesha. And I won't even get on Somalis that want to say nigga but don't want to be called Black. Even though on average they're darker than the darkest African American on average. So here's Tyga. Your name needs to be Tigre or something. Get rid of this African American ass rendition of a name, or put an ER on that and be Tiger. Your so-called FBA is a huge flop. Have a good day. You notice how this comment says nothing about my commentary? Because this person couldn't go back and forth with me if they tried. Because everything I'm telling you is true. Look at that. Look. Africans are the first melanated race on this planet. Who said you're fucking not? And actually, there is argument there. There are pyramids in the North and South America that are older than the ones in Egypt. You heard me correctly. Now, anthropology suggests a melanated, an out of Africa theory. So I'll let that rock. as far as Africans are the first melanated race on this planet. But may I present to you that the first real civilization was in Iran? And that's why people really want to fight Iran. You guys have heard of Mesopotamia and Babylon? You've heard of Sumer? Yeah, bitch. All that shit is in Iran. When you see these Iranian carvings of the Anunnaki and all these pyramids and cuneiform tablets, they always draw these niggas with thick ass hair and dreads and bantu knots. Go look at them. Every race was melanated first. The first European was melanated. The first Chinese, and even today you go to China and you can find black Chinese people. We all started out melanated, homie. Every race started out melanated. Every race started out quote unquote black. You haven't said shit. And let's say, because anthropologically, I can agree with you here, according to even though there are, things suggesting that, America is the actual Egypt. I can't make this shit up. I can't make this shit up. And the Euphrates and the river with the two heads and blah blah blah, and the Nile and whatever is the Mississippi River, and Memphis, Tennessee is called Memphis, Tennessee for a Memphis ass reason, like the Memphis in Egypt. I won't go too far on that. But some of these mounds and these pyramids that are popping up, especially in the Amazon and places where people refuse to explore because it's too many things crawling around because it looked like Australia, older than your pyramids. Iran has structures older than yours, and they were black. They're not black now. They were. Afrikaans are the first melanated people. Okay. Everybody was melanated. Every race was melanated. Every ethnicity, every nationality was melanated. Yeah, if you're going to talk about history, talk about history. Late 2000s. I believe it. I see what you were saying. FBA is being too nice. That's it, DJ. They can cosplay them and do the same undermining. Don't shop with them and call ICE if they're not. I'm not calling ICE. You know what? I saw these two Hispanic men beat up a black girl over a parking space. Two men and the mom, her two sons and the mom. And in my heart, I was like, bitch, call ICE. But my fingers, when I was scrolling, my fingers wouldn't type it. And I'm like, I'm really not that person. I've cried days over ICE. Days at a time over ICE. So FBA is too nice. I have said on my channel several times that there was a Somali girl I used to be friends with, and she was just like, Africa doesn't deserve you. She was like, the African American, and when she said you, she wasn't talking about me. She was talking about African Americans, or well, now we got to say Black American because people are taking over the term African American, which is fine. Y'all can have it. Y'all can have it like y'all can have essence. But she was just like, you guys are true Pan Africanists. You guys don't have a country to claim, so you claim the whole continent. And you just look at everybody. She was like, Africans are not even Pan ourselves. You're a Pan African, and we're not even Pan actual Africans. And she was one of the people I learned, you get a Somali and an Ethiopian in the same place and see what happens. Ethiopians kick their asses when Somalis were trying to flee the Italian or whatever, and they was, mobbing deep to the Ethiopian border trying to flee the war. Ethiopians whooped their asses. Whooped on them people. There's resentment for that. There's resentment for that. Ethiopia brags about being the only country in Africa that's never been colonized. It's never been colonized. And Eritrea is looking at them like, you dumb bitch. We were part of Ethiopia too. Colonized as fuck by these Italians. So where does that leave us if Ethiopia has never been colonized and we were a part of Ethiopia and we're only Eritrea because the Italians got our black asses? FBA is being too nice. When Africans first came here, we were already Hoteps. We were already Malcolm X. We were already on that UNITY. We weren't tribal. We had no experience with being tribal. My people over your people. We welcomed everybody and they handed us our ass. They handed us their asses to kiss. And now we have to fight to delineate the boundaries of our cultures and the boundaries of our people, and they're calling us xenophobic. And I'm like, my nigga, like you do it. You don't even just say, I'm Nigerian. You straight up tell people, nigga, I'm Igbo. I'm Igbo. I'm part of the people who sold your asses. I'm Cynthia Erivo. My ancestors sold you niggas. And then had the nerve to play Harriet motherfucking Tubman, and people wonder why I won't forgive this. Cynthia Erivo's so talented. She so this, she so that. And I'm like, yeah, she took to the internet making fun of ghetto accents and black people. But would not say the name of her tribe out loud because they're the reason we got a Harriet. They sold us. Would not answer the question on a public platform. But people who knew her and grew up with her was like, yeah, she's such and such. They sold your Yoruba ass. They sold your Hausa ass. So yeah, the thing is, I'm not into cosplaying people. I have pride. FBA is being too nice. They can cosplay them and do the same undermining. I like the fact that I'm not a nasty ass bitch when it comes to culture. I like the fact that I don't undermine people. I like the fact that, when I'm at the Nigerian hangouts, it's just Nigerian. And I'm learning so much about their culture and I'm interested. I don't want to then stand up with the Black American flag and be like, we in this bitch. Represent. I don't feel like that's my place. And I think there's something in your fucking head that makes you feel that entitlement where you see us in Black American spaces and you're just like, oh, now's the time to be like, yeah, well, in my culture, we do it like this. Nigga, nobody asked you. No, nobody asked. Well, in my culture, I'm like, that's dope when you're the host. We're the host. We're hosting you. Essence is no longer, Black owned, it's African owned. Bitch, 55 years in the fucking making. We're still the host. Essence is hard to let go of, but I'm just like, at the end of the day, y'all got it. You can have it. You did your thing with this commentary, and I appreciate the information that you shared. It sounds like the festival's producers were incompetent, and it's no wonder the show started hella late. You know what? There was an article that came out and said Lauryn Hill's performance was 2 hours late, and it wasn't her fault. Even the producers, I can't make this shit up. Late ass Lauryn Hill was on time, but her performance was delayed by 2 hours because of the production, because of the African production. You're so much better than niggas until you really do what niggas do and you realize, oh, we don't really know how to do this. And it's crazy because they always call us stupid and ignorant and lazy. And I'm just like, I've never talked about a Nigerian like that in my life. First of all, every third Nigerian I've met was a lawyer. Every third Nigerian, a lawyer, a nurse, an engineer. But producing a show the way niggas produce the show, like, bitch, we're the fucking Apollo. Are you sure? We're the fucking Apollo. We're We're 125th Street. We're Harlem. We're Hollywood. We're Paramount. Like, we do this shit. We do this shit. We do this shit for real. And we do this shit big. Even in our own fucking hoods. We do this shit big. You wonder why there's a Kappa who was hosting the Apollo. These Kappa Alpha Psi ass niggas. Their patron deity is Apollo. Showtime at the Apollo tonight. We've been doing this shit. And you think we're so simple, we're an easy act to follow. And your first year running Essence, you flunked. You flopped. Maybe them niggas aren't as dumb and useless as you think they are. But go off. Thank you, Punkin Punkin. I appreciate this. Power and love. Power and love right back to you, babe. Tyga A, sorry, you are. We FBAs are one of a kind and untouchable. I think part of the reason Black American culture is so globally accepted is because we're hella people mashed into one. We're a mixed ass group. We're a multicultural ass group that resulted in the color Black. Our ancestry is white, indigenous, and African. And we accept the most people. We got more biracial kids than any. I'm talking two parents, white mom, black dad, Asian mom, black dad, blah, 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 blah. We're the most accepting. We're hella sweet and we're hella humble. That's why so much of hip hop during the early 2000s focused on arrogance. They focused on arrogance because it's like, African Americans have, what do y'all have? Low racial self-esteem, low ethnic self-esteem. Why are you letting these people walk all over you? Blang, blang. Every time I come around, I say they blang, blang. Peaky ring word about it, they blang, blang. Every time I don't know, I bling, bling. Lorenzo's and you can on my tie. Bragging about chains, bragging about wealth, bragging about status, because we were so humble. It was like, Hove. Like, he allowed me to reintroduce myself. The fuck? Who you talking to? I'm big pimping spending cheese. Big pimping up on BLADs. It be that jigga man pimp shit. It be you and me. That's why there was so much arrogant hip hop gangster rap. Because before, our shit was hella what is it? Well, I hit, don't stop. No record to the bang bang booty up, jump the boogie bang bang to the boogie to beat. Now what you hear is not a rapping to the beat. It's just me, the crew, and the squad. We gonna try to move your feet. See, I am the Dr. Spot, and I like to say hello to the round, the purple and yellow. First, You see how they named everybody? To the black, the brown, the purple, and the blah, 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 the yellow. Naming everybody. Even our very, 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 very first Black Panther Party. You know what the fuck they would be out there doing? All power to the people. Yellow power to the yellow man. Red power to the red man. White power to the white man. Which was a controversial statement. Black power to the black man. All power to the people. This was a call and response. He would say it, then they would say it. He would say it, then they would say it. Dr. King. Everybody marching under his shit. African Americans going up in there. They got a Native American in one hand and an immigrant in the other. And they're we shall overcome. With police dogs on them and water hoses. We took everybody with us. And this is how you treat us. And this is why we're closing ranks. And this is why we don't want to be called you. We don't want to be absorbed. And we're not saying we're better than you, but just like, you Igbo, you Hausa, you Yoruba, you Fulani. Even though y'all all from the same fucking country, Y'all from Nigeria. You establish cultural boundaries. And Black Americans feel like we're late to the game of establishing cultural boundaries because we really believe that African Americans have soft hearts, bro. We got soft hearts. We really believed in our heart of hearts that, oh, we all Black. We believed that shit and we were fucking wrong. I will always stand on the fact that African Americans go to African events and that, hell, we go to Pakistani shit. We don't expect to be front and center. We will go to, an Ethiopian wedding, they do the little shoulder shake dance. We start shaking our shoulders with them like, hey. We don't ever, people call us uncultured, but we're some of the most cultured people on earth. And we respect everybody's shit. We take it seriously. We're sweet people. In general, a Black bitch, I know a Black bitch. Please don't start with me. The point is, like, we're considerate in general. And we don't get that same consideration in return. We get looked down on. We get these people who won't recognize that they're still trying to appeal to the white gaze, that they're still colonized in their minds. I'm like, you took on the oppressor's view of African Americans, of Black Americans. And you can't even decolonize your mind. You're still trying to placate the white man. African Americans are so bad. That's because we don't care about the white man. We've been living next to him for too long to think that we can just, if I straighten my hair enough, if I speak proper English enough, I'll just, they'll give me a seat at the table. We already had coons. We already had sellouts. We already had people who tried that. You sit in front of Donald Trump, and even him and his daughter. Oh, you speak so well. Wow, she speaks really well. Bitch, Black Americans speak well. Are you dumb? What was I supposed to sound like, Master? What you expect me to sound like, sir? Yes, boss. Like, what did you expect us to sound like? Part of our culture is oratory, whooping preaching. That's part of our culture. Hip hop, real freestyling, not the shit these kids are doing now, but actual off the dome. Walking down the street, you run into a group of people and they're like, all right, your turn. And you learn to freestyle and talk in prose and talk in poetry and rhyme. Your pastor, your Black American First AME, your Black American fucking Church of God in Christ Baptist pastor, he been doing that shit from the pulpit. What do you mean we speak well? Are you dumb? We've always had some of the most beautiful speech. We've been talking like this. We've been using our words like this. We've been doing English like this. I went to sleep with a generation of people who were shitting on African Americans for not being able to quote unquote speak proper English. And I woke the fuck back up, and now everybody's using AAVE and they're calling it Gen Z talk. Bitch. Bitch. Gen Z talk? Are you fucking out of your mind? And this is what I mean by other groups have tried to claim us too. I'm like, this ain't shit but Ebonics. This ain't shit but African American vernacular. How dare you? All this jive they talking, like we said that shit in the early 90s. Some of these words go back to the fucking 70s and 80s. Are you all fucking gay? Everybody wants to take from us. And maybe it's our fault because we were so giving. Maybe we didn't have healthy boundaries. Maybe we can learn something from the tribalism of Africans. But there are scores of African Americans now who are just like, that's my culture. Nope. We do this. We do these braids, these elaborate ass. Well, all the braiding came from Africa anyway. Like, bitch, You know good and fucking well y'all wasn't doing this shit the way we do this shit until Allen Iverson went viral as a human being. Before there was any internet, viral as a human being, because he said, "Motherfuck the white establishment, nigga. This really me. I really wear my shorts this big and half off my ass. I really wear my clothes this big. I really get my hair braided like this." They tried to crucify that man. They tried to crucify that man. And you know what that Black American did? He woke up an ancestral calling in all of the other African Americans in basketball until they started growing out their hair too. And they started walking and dressing like him too. And you know what they did? They started demanding that the players wear suits. Real ass nigga on the court. That's what I love about a real ass nigga. You can't be fake. You can't be part of his culture and be fake in front of a real one. You'll get called out and mocked. It just makes you show up as real. Women were braiding sacred geometry into Allen Iverson's hair. So be real. You were with the cornrows. You were with maybe a couple of parts, but these roses and stars that were braided into people's heads, these names and cursives that you know that's nigga shit. Don't start. You know that's us. Well, we are the progenitors. We created you. No, you abandoned us. Let's be clear, you sold us. You are not our ancestors. You're dead ass not. You're dead ass not. The last African ancestor we had was sold, abandoned, captured, scared, defeated, a prisoner of war, kidnapped, in chains. These are the people you gave up. That's our lineage. You're not. How are you going to be any father of us? But you look at Morocco, you don't claim to be the father of them. You look at Libya, you don't claim to be the oh well, Libyans, we made them. We are the progenitors of Libya. We established the people of, Mauritania. These people from Mali don't say that to people from Mauritania. You only say it to niggas. And you expect us not to be offended. And you expect us not to pop our shit the fuck back when that is blatantly disrespectful. You feel like you can mob up on a people and be blatantly disrespectful and that they're going to bow and take it. And it's partly all our fault because we've been too kind. We've been too open. We've always been willing to share with people who back on their continent, they won't even share with each other. Most of these African immigrants, they're the wealthy of their country. The actual poor ass people in Africa, these barefoot, like some of these people, I'm like, you ain't never been no barefoot ass African. That was never you. You come from families that had way more privilege than the rest of the people on your land, and you wouldn't give them shit. You talk about how much better you are than Black Americans, and we're on welfare and we're baby mamas. Let's talk about your country. Let's talk about the kids who have to walk 3 miles in the dust barefoot to get to a class with a fucking chalkboard. Fix that before you fix us. Let's talk about kwashiorkor, the disease that's on all the USA Aid Feed the Children's commercials that makes the children's bellies real big. It's just full of air and parasites. You want to talk about welfare? You want to talk about shootings? Let's talk about your roadblocks. Yeah, we call them shootings. Y'all call it war. You want to talk about a genocide? You want to talk about the Hutu and the Tutsi of Rwanda? Okay, so then respectfully stay out of our business, because we don't just walk around doing this to you. We don't. We do not. We don't just walking around. We don't just walk around shitting on you, making fun of you. People come up to Black Americans, demand, where are you from? Where are you from? Bitch, everywhere. Now what? You don't know where you're from. You don't know, bitch. How long do you have to be? Let me play Raven Simone real quick because Raven is gonna put it down. I remember Raven didn't fully explain herself when she said, I'm not African American. I'm American. But here we have a full explanation, and she cooked. She cooked. She did.
Oh, what'd you say about me?
That interview you did with Oprah, where she asked you if you were,
Yeah.
African American or whatever. And
you got mad at me?
Listen.
I am not an African American. I'm an American. I am a Black American. I am definitely Black. And yes, my ancestors come from Africa. How long does a bloodline have to live in one land before they are considered a pure species of that land? Mm-hmm. Meaning, how long did my people have to be in America to say, hey, no, we're American, compared to some people who are English American, who are Irish American, who are German American from their ancestors, but they get to call themselves American. There's nothing wrong with being African American, but a true African American is someone that is from Africa
Mm-hmm.
and moved here,
Mm-hmm.
either first generation or second generation,
Mm-hmm.
and has a tie to that country that I do not have. One of the first census in Virginia that allowed for Black people to have a name was somebody from my family. Mm-hmm. So that means they were there long before. I think there comes a point where when you build a country, when you fight for freedom, make money and pay taxes and generationally live in a country. Oh, what'd you say about me?
That interview you did with Oprah.
Tell me she didn't cook. Tell me she was lying. Because y'all know my ex-husband is Somali, okay? Just, I'm gonna put that out there. But when a Somali can stand next to me and say they're African American and I'm saying I'm African American, I'm the liar. I'm the liar. I'm the one who's got a misnomer. I'm the one who's wrong. Because they're really African. If you know what country you came from in Africa, and I don't mean no damn DNA test, because these DNA tests be lying to y'all niggas. Stripped you of who you are and then made you pay to figure it out. Be lying to y'all. Be lying. If I'm standing next to a Somali American who that person says they're African American, they're right. I'm wrong. So yes, African American was used to refer to foundational Black Americans. Now it's not. It's theirs. It belongs to white South Africans more than it belongs to you. I was offended when I first heard that. I was angry when I first heard that. But a little bit of fucking wisdom and just keep on living. I'm like, they're the fuck right. I'm a Black American like a white American is a white American. Y'all don't go up to white people talking about, no, where y'all really from. No, fuck you. Y'all don't call these niggas European Americans, Irish Americans, Italian American. Well, I've heard Italian American, so let me not say that. Italians have a different story. Y'all not calling these people German American, English American. Go to hell. Everybody just calls them America. We've been here since they've been here. And then according to our indigeneity, for thousands of years before them niggas got here. So now what? If that's just an American, I'm just an American. I mean, they came here, they colonized shit, but we literally, the song, we built this city. We built this city. We built this city. Black Americans built the United States. Everybody wanted to cry recently about Buffalo fucking soldiers, nigga. Everybody wanted to cry because Beyonce wore a Buffalo Soldiers shirt. Whole time, Bob Marley has a song that went viral before viral existed. Buffalo Soldier, dreadlock Rasta, stolen from Africa, brought to America. Come on, Bob. Fighting on arrival, fighting for survival. Nobody's mad at Bob for saying that. Nobody's mad at him for putting it down on behalf of a Black American Buffalo Soldier. But y'all went crazy. Siberian Native Americans went crazy when Beyonce wore a Buffalo Soldier t-shirt. The Siberian Native Americans gave us the name Buffalo Soldier because they said we had hair like a buffalo. Right? Our hair texture, they would call us by our hair texture. But what these Black American soldiers who were enslaved, who had no free will, what they did was kill off a bunch of Tatanka. They killed off a bunch of buffalo on command of the white people who owned them, because the Siberian Native Americans were using the buffalo for everything. They were using its fur for clothing. They were using its meat for nourishment. They were using its bones to create tools. And so in order to forcibly remove these people, it's like, all right, come here, slaves. Kill all these buffalo or we kill you. And you know what they did after that? After the buffalo, and buffalo soldiers were uniquely brave, okay? Just purple hard ass niggas. People who didn't stop fighting. The shit of myths and legends, but in real life. Incredible fighters. Fighting like a bunch of YNs, nigga. Just terrible to face in battle. The last face you want to see in a squabble, in a skirmish. But the moment African Americans brought these white people out west, they sent them back to the South immediately because they were afraid. They were afraid, judging by the history of niggas, that we would bond with the Native Americans and cause them to distrust the white man. So you're calling a group of people who were enslaved colonizers because they were buffalo soldiers. Bitch, how you figure? Why are you dumb? Why are you dumb? Why are you a revisionist historian? And all the people that got mad at Beyonce for wearing a t-shirt that said Buffalo Soldiers, I bet they all know Bob Marley songs. If they don't know shit else, they know one love, one life, let's get together and feel all right. They know some no woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. Oh, the real shit, all the white. Don't worry. Don't worry. Be happy. However. But mad at B. And I'm like, tell the truth. Nobody talks about you. Nobody talks about you, so you use us to get yourself a moment. Nobody remembers you in pop conversation, so you use niggas to get a moment. I was so happy that Ryan Coogler represented the Choctaw with a powerful statement, because they're just like niggas. You know how well, they are. Anyhow, you know how stand-up comedians, Black stand-up, by the way, stand-up comedy is uniquely African American, Black American, descendants of chattel slavery. Now it's global now, but we started that shit. Just so you fucking know. Talk about we don't have no culture. What was I gonna say? See, when I be doing these tangents, honey. But Raven Simone was absolutely right. Okay, bottom line. How long do we have to? America is older than a lot of these African nations. America's older than Nigeria and Ghana. The establishment of these countries, Of course, the land has been there. Of course, people have been there. But when people are saying, I am Nigerian, I have been American longer than you've been Nigerian. So now what? Before you were just a Niger, you were straight up Igbo, Yoruba, whatever, like broken into tribes and people. I can't make this up. Just Google founding years of countries. Go to Google, type in founding years of countries. When a country was established as a country. You gonna tell me I don't know who I am when I've been American for longer than you've been a Nigerian? It's crazy. So Raven Simone was completely correct. I'm gonna
When
read
she asked you if you
some
were,
of your
you know,
comments.
Yeah.
African American.
So Raven never said I'm not black. She said I'm not African. Teach. Thank you, Ginger Spice. I appreciate you. African are not builders in their homeland. They are takers and will take from Black American with no guilt because that's their nature. Now, I wouldn't say that that's their nature, but I would say that's their way. The circumstances in their country. Because, I mean, I got Uppity Unicorn on Instagram, and it was when I found out I was hacked and my account was stolen. It was by somebody in Accra, Ghana. Accra, Ghana, and then another location in Nigeria. I can't make this shit up. Some location I can't even name because I'd never heard of it before, so I don't have a good memory of words that I've only heard once. And I was like, give me my account back, please. My partner passed away. There are conversations in here. Well, you need to pay me $1,000. Bitch, what? I gotta pay you to get my shit back that you stole? You stole my memories from me so you could exploit me? It's harsh. The love of my life dies 2021. I read through our messages to comfort my heart. And I plead with their heart, like my partner, he passed away. I'm a widow. Please give it back. I need these memories. Okay, well, I'll take the price down to $800. Bitch, nigga, that's my life. That's why there's 2 uppity unicorns on Instagram. Nigerian scammer, Ghana scammer. That's why there's uppity unicorn with 2 N's and uppity unicorn with 1 N. I'm the one with 1 N. Stole my shit. Death couldn't convince them to give it back. Harsh. They think, oh, you're American, you're made out of money. Nigga, fuck a Feed the Children's commercial. We need a Feed Americans commercial. They are takers and will take from. I have to, where you say they're takers, I have to say for sure you're right on. I have to say for sure you're right on. And it don't mean you're not a giver individually, but collectively, because I've ran into some serious love and generosity from I'm a very international person. I'm from Seattle. I live in an international city. African Americans are definitely a minority here. I'm not from Chicago. I'm not from Atlanta. I'm not from Mississippi, Alabama. Those are my ancestral lands. But as far as me, this is how I've lived my whole life. And there are more assorted Africans here than there are original Black Americans. So I'm not saying I haven't run into love, but all this taker shit, nigga, I spent 3 months in fucking Kenya. One of the places I went to was called Malakisi. When I tell you people would rather use bikes in a storm than drive a car, it's because the government takes the money, however they tax people, and they just line their pockets. Won't fix the fucking road. That's why the Chinese got in there and said, hey, we'll build you a road. No, the Africans were like, fuck yeah. You know what? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Imagine all these African nations impressed with China for building them roads. When I tell you there were potholes everywhere and the entire ride, the entire 2-3 hour ride to wherever I was going from Malakisi and back to Malakisi, when I tell you that shit was miserable, it was like a roller coaster you couldn't get off. In the car, you would break the car if you went more than 35 miles an hour. It would break on the road. So imagine all this money they're getting for being governmental leaders. I wrote a letter to the government in Kenya. I did. What up, Kenyatta? They have some kind of Kenyatta blah 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 person who runs Kenya, and I'm like, yeah, about that shit. I wrote a letter of complaint. Fix these fucking roads. You got people out here suffering, living like they're in the fucking 18th century. And you live in a mansion with high ass 20-foot walls around it. Bitch, share. Fuck is wrong with you? These are your people. You don't fucking care? They're your people. You don't care? What, because this person is Kikuyu and you're Luyo? Is that why you don't want to build a fucking road? You're all Kenyan. What is wrong with you? I'm telling you, those roads were death traps. Deep ass, like driving over a manhole. Like your tire could get stuck like that. Just all over the place. I'm not saying there were not roads in Kenya. There are asphalt as cement as roads there. I'm saying in certain places there's just governmental corruption. I'm like, you fucking take. You just keep taking from people. And when a whole nation can recolonize you and their flex, what they're offering you, Google the shit. I'm not lying on China. I'm not lying. They said, oh, we'll build you roads. Oh my God, yes. Oh my God, guys. Thank you. Oh my God, guys. You can come touch our resources. Come line your pockets. That is sad. That's weeping ass sad. That's Jesus wept. This is your native land and you won't build these people a road. Whole time Michael Jordan will buy a whole ass hospital for North Carolina. Whole time our celebrities just be pumping out money. Beyonce building permanent housing as a solution to homelessness. The list goes on. Jay-Z and his donations all over Africa, all over America. He walked 3 miles with some African kids to the nearest well of water and was like, fuck that shit, and irrigated shit and dug some more wells. You got to bring a whole ass nigga over to Africa to get this shit done. I know the locals can't do it, but the government leaders can. The elected officials can, and they won't. They just line their fucking pockets. That shit is raw. I cannot convey to you how bad the roads were. I cannot. There's not enough imagery. You would have to be on the road to see. Your lumbar vertebrae would be fucked up after a long journey, a long distance ride. Take from your own people. So of course you're going to take from mine. Of course you're going to take from mine, because who are we? Who are we if this is how you do your own people? Why is everyone coming to America while begging Black Americans to go to? Ooh, DJ Biggs. Woo, DJ. Woo. The way you just hit the nail on the head, the way you just flicked the tip of the clit. Holy hell. I cannot tell you the number of Africans, and I do mean Africans. So I'm not going to just say Nigerians. I'm not going to just say people from, whatever, Cote d'Ivoire. I'm not just going to say people from Ethiopia. Continental Africa gets online and they're like, oh, you poor African American, oh, your police brutality, come to Africa. You will not be treated this way. And I come to Africa. Come to Africa. Go back to your roots. We'll give you passports. I'm like, nigga, you don't even want to be there. How would it be better for us when we're fucking strangers in another man's land? We're fucking strangers. We're dead ass off brands. Who the fuck is these niggas? And you know what's happening when these African Americans are going to Ghana? You know what's happening when these African Americans are going to Nigeria too? You know what's happening when they're moving back to the continent? You know what's happening? The takers are selling African Americans land, acres and acres of land. And then they get there and there's already a family there. And they're just like, why are you taking our land? Sold you some fake shit. Sold you some psych, nigga. I was just playing. And then the local Africans are like, they're like white people. They're gentrifying the place. Prices are going up. We can't afford this stuff. All these African Americans are here. They wish we would go home. That's what it looks like. Why do you think Akon couldn't build this fucking smart city? And as an African American, you feel bad about that shit because we have sensitive fucking hearts. You don't want to go somewhere and affect people the way the white man affected you. You already did your trail of tears, Black American. Whether you were Native American or whether you were owned by some of these Siberian Native Americans, because they took their slaves with them. The Choctaw owned slaves. Make no mistake. Huh? Talk about ancestry. My indigenous ancestors fought on the side of the Confederacy. Fought for the South. Fought for slavery to stay an institution. Yep. You've already been removed, Black American. You've already had to walk Harriet Tubman Underground Railroad from one state to another, to another, to another, to another for freedom. You walking across states, my nigga, with little horse rides in between. And so when people show up to us and say the Black Americans came here and they took our land, we cry, we feel bad. And we go the fuck home. There are certain Africans, and baby, if it don't apply, let it fly. If I'm not talking to you, don't get offended. Don't get fucking offended if I'm not talking to you. You should only be feeling convicted in your spirit and irritated and mad at what I'm saying if I'm talking to you. So don't tell me, whatever. But I'm like, there are many Africans who are trying to destiny swap with the Black American. I've heard Gambian men call themselves African American before this switch came up. And I'm just like, my nigga, you're from the Gambia. Why are you saying that shit? If you got a country to claim, you claim it. You know you're from Gambia. You asked me that question and it's the whole fucking West Africa. And I wouldn't know that shit if it wasn't for, some 23andMe ass bullshit. Them shits just be guesses. Best possible educated guesses telling you where you're from. Trying to destiny swap. They're like, these Black people are global. I'm one of them too. See, I'm doing Essence. You gonna copy me too? You gonna copy my style too? Your shit don't go viral like that. Nobody's wearing your gele. Everybody has seen you in your busy ass, loud ass African prints. And you look beautiful in them because your skin is dark. These pale mofos look like shit in all that African garb. We've been watching your black asses on TV. And it doesn't take, it never goes viral. But a nigga wears a pair of Jordans and the whole world wants Jordans. A nigga wears a pinky ring and a Rolex watch. Everybody wants to wear it. A simple ass young nigga turns his cap backwards. And now everybody wants to wear a backwards cap. A young nigga from New York turns his hat just to the side. Now everybody wants to do it. Our shit picks up in a way that yours doesn't. Our shit goes viral. Our shit is culturally. I remember, I'll never forget this shit. It was a Taiwanese woman, two Taiwanese women. They caught fish. And I mean, they just looked as country as could be, as Taiwanese country as they can be. When I tell you, one of the Asian ladies, when she caught it, she said, "What? It was the funniest shit. Because I'm like, shit, black Americans are global. The whole world is watching us. And the thing is, we didn't ask for that. We didn't ask for that. It just grew. You ever read the book Mumbo Jumbo? It's about black American culture. It just grew. We didn't ask to be on a global stage. We didn't ask for everybody to look at us. All we did was build. I feel like there's an element of envy. Like, look at these people who are less than me. They do a stupid little dance and the whole world copies them. I'm better than them. My ancestral dances go back further than theirs. I can't wait to get into one of their spaces and show myself off, and then maybe everybody else will pick it up. Didn't work. Crip walking, that is an ancestral dance. Ancestral. You heard about it in the 90s, but that shit is thousands of years old. Viral. We can't help it. You should see some of these international audiences. Whenever some old 50-something-year-old West Coast rapper is on stage, everybody starts chanting Seawalk. Fuck you mean you know what a Seawalk is? And then they turn on Ice Cube. Keep it gangsta, dog. Keep it gangsta. And they flip out. It is one man on stage, crip walking, only one. And the crowd goes wild. We didn't ask for that. We didn't ask for it. It's just like the Maori people. They didn't ask for the world to fall in love with Hakas. That's just who they are. Just kicking it in New Zealand, doing what the fuck they do. And the whole world stops to watch a Haka. We don't know why it took. It just grew. It just grew on the people. And I feel like there's jealousy and envy in that. Jealousy is when people are hating on you, but envy is when people don't want you to have what you have. They want to take it from you and put it on themselves. I feel like people are jealous of this global positions that Black American have and this global influence. But I'm like, we were just being our fucking selves. You think somebody gave a fuck about a camera during the civil rights movement? And now there's all this imagery all over the world of black dogs, of big German shepherds biting the hell out of Black Americans, and them continuing to march. How popular do you think marches were before ours went viral across the world? How many marches, how many million-man marches do you think there were? We woke up and there was a Samoan Black Panther Party. We didn't ask for this. We woke up and Lao Tzu or whatever's his name, Tao Dong Chin, getting China together with what he learned from African American resistance. We didn't ask. We weren't seeking attention. We were just being ourselves. Some of the most policed people on earth. And when I say policed, I don't mean the boys in blue because we know African American men take the cake for that. But some of the most policed women on earth are Black American women. Why she ain't smile? She's too loud. She's too quiet. She thinks she better than everybody. Bitch, too loud, too quiet? Huh? Everybody gets online and they talk about us. Everybody. Your braids, your baby hair, your edges, your wigs, your wig glue, your nails, your policed. People get box braids just to taunt you. Whole time, them box braids are wearing the hell out of their little white hair. And we see the same girls who, aha, I have brock, and what about it? What are you gonna do? And it's like, bitch, nature. Now you're live cutting your hair down to 5 or 6 inches when your hair was long before. These styles are not for you. There are Black people whose hair don't support box braids well. And you're white and you think you could, by all means. Yes. Go run and get your traction alopecia, homie. Go get it. We're so policed. People are constantly going viral by using the rage of Black women. Why do Black women, bitch, why are you on the internet asking people this like you don't got a Black mom? But you can get so much attention talking shit about Black women. The shade room, the Nigerian owned or Ghanaian owned shade room, that shit has always been African owned. And it ain't nothing but the humiliation of Black Americans dogging us the fuck out. Every now and then they got a good news story, dogging us the fuck out. I'm like, now, if we were talking about the situation in Nigeria, if we were talking about what y'all do to your people, what you wealthy people who only the wealthy manage to immigrate. So what you do to the poor Nigerians in your country, you have so much pride, it don't look like it. It don't translate to the rest of the people in your country, Nigeria. I've talked a lot about Nigeria, and it's because Black Americans, at least according to 23andMe type, Ancestry.com type shit, we're predominantly Nigerian. Now that might only be 20%, but when you're Black American, you see that there's a tiny percentages of shit from all over the world. Can't make this up. I mean, I had Chinese on my shit. I had Indonesian on my shit. I had Myanmar, like Burmese on my shit. I'm like, nigga, how you figure? Whole time I'm a real ass gypsy. And that's the reason for and that's the reason for it. Because when you see all those little Asian things mixed together, I'm just like, that don't make sense. But there's a conglomerate of people, it's so sad. Now, gypsy is the N word for the Roma people, Romani. I don't mean people from Rome. I mean people who have been kicked around. They were the only group of people who were sold into slavery with Black people. The only group. And they were considered Black at the time. But they got sold straight into Louisiana. And for those of you who don't know, that is my main ancestral land, Louisiana. So a nigga is Afro-Roma in this bitch. Had no idea. Always thought I was just part Creole. Wrong. I have no French blood. Marcus Garvey came to the United States from Jamaica to... Damn it. I want to hug you, DJ. Hug up and touch up and fill up. Hug up and touch up and rub up. Like, I used to believe so hard in Marcus Garvey because I was a dumbass 18-year-old kid reading books. It wasn't until the critical thinking hit me that I was just like, my nigga, y'all was trying to put us out of America and y'all stay? Why is everybody trying to kick niggas out of America? It's always us. It's always us. All these different groups try to come and put you in Liberia, try to come and put you wherever. Back to Africa movements. And we get excited. We're like, yeah, yeah. Have you seen Liberia? Bitch. Have you seen Liberia? Have you seen Liberia? You can't be a Liberian and start calling me poor and ghetto because the way your nation looks, the unrest, the AK-47s people are walking around with in the open. Bruh. Bruh. Yeah, this was a con. Before I move on, this was a con. The whole Marcus Garvey, whatever, it was a con. And he was working with white people. At the end, Garvey never moved nor lived in Africa. Facts. He also had sons who came to America for their education and they never moved nor lived in Africa. What a joke. Yeah, and you know something else? Jamaicans were not treated like Black Americans when they came to America. I had a, dead professor, Dr. Walters, and he would talk about how he would go to restaurants and be seated. You know, you could tell he's Black, but he's some, mixed as Douglas as Jamaican. And they would kick out the Black people, or they would make them stand outside for hours and not pay attention to it, but they would give him a seat. White people love when you're Black but further from their bullshit, because you will believe them when they do the same thing to you that they did to Native Americans. We want to have treaties and shake hands and cross fuck you. But the whole time we're just fucking you so we can fuck you out of your land, out of your shit. A hard dick don't mean shit. But yeah, we done negotiated you out of your own land. See, you signed this shit. Come on, treaty this and treaty that. How you gonna be Marcus Garvey telling niggas to go back to Africa and you never lived there? And then you brought your Jamaican ass sons over here to be educated. You got no home, no nothing in Africa, but you're trying to ship Black Americans. Why the fuck? Why would you even make that your business as a Jamaican? Why would you even make Black America? Because these are deliberate attacks. And they know we'll take care of each other. So they look for people who are our skin color, but not really of us, to do this shit. Dr. Biggs, game over. Good morning, Uppity. Good morning. Jerk and curry spice came from India. My point, though, I was going to say something about that. You know how I'd be like forgetting in the middle of what I'm saying? I swear, you never see an Indian person go up to a Somali person and say, "Why you put the cardamom in your tea? You have the cardamom, you have the cloves. We did this, we made you. We are your progenitors. Why do you have to make the curry this way? We made this up." Everybody be talking about Jamaican curry. Oh, that Jamaican goat curry is the shit. The first time I heard that shit, I was like, ain't curry Indian? I'm learning about rice and peas and oxtails, and I'm like, and plantains that I've always grown up calling plantains. And they would be talking about their curries, and I'm just like, ain't that Indian? They don't walk around. India don't walk around like, yeah, we made these Jamaican ass niggas. Respect your roots. That curry is a national dish for you. We gave it to you. No, that people in India are not trying to claim Jamaicans, but for some reason, a number of West African countries are trying to claim us because of influence. Your influence dies at the point to however these people who my ancestors who were sold out of the west coast of whatever Fort Elmina, out of Africa, out of the west side of Africa, that is where your influence ends, honey. Our influence belongs to those people, not to you, not to our betrayers. And once again, you're repeating history. You're disrespecting us for the white man. You're using us as a bargaining chip for the white man. You're seeking the means of nearness and seeking attention from white people and trying to be reaffirmed by white people. And African Americans really don't give a fuck for that shit. Of course, there are a few who do. Of course, there are some who, marry the most worthless white woman they can find because, she'll give their kids white skin. But all in all, the majority of us are just like, this is how white people are. They're quarrelsome. Dr. Sebi, Dr. Sebi, Dr. Sebi would talk to us about the thymus gland, right? That alkaline biomineral balance. And he said the thymus gland in Black Americans does not calcify. And if it does so in their 20s. He said the white American, their thymus gland calcifies before the age of 9. And the thymus gland is responsible for kindness and compassion and empathy and shyness. Not your thyroid gland, thymus. You can Google this shit. I'm not making it up. I'm not making it up. I'm not making this up. And you wonder why we have such different behavior. You wonder why all these white people can make all this war and then call themselves the peacemakers. Trump wants a Nobel Peace Prize. Peace. 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 Really? And it really makes fucking sense to them. You see them white people walking through alligator Alcatraz and they were so happy. Not only was the place surrounded by alligators, they flew in more out. The alligators got flued out to alligator Alcatraz just to make sure the place was crawling with crocodiles because where you gonna run? They're like, this is a place criminals come in and they don't go out. So just saying these stupid people just saying the quiet part out loud. You wonder how they can get off on building a state-of-the-art concentration camp. Whole time I'm looking at it and all I see is Auschwitz. Hell, slave quarters. That's all I see. Breaks my heart. The situation breaks my heart even though there are all these Mexicans and all these Latinos out here shitting on Black people. Thymus gland. I'm an empathetic, some people don't understand empathy or compassion or sympathy. They don't get it and they don't have it. You shouldn't have to walk a mile in somebody's shoes to have empathy for them. You shouldn't have to. But that's why the phrase exists. Like if you had my set of circumstances, if you walked a mile in my shoes, what would you do? You wouldn't even survive this shit. That's why such phrases exist. And so you have these moral ass Black Americans trying to appeal to the moral compass of people who don't have one. They don't even speak that language. They don't speak mercy. They speak white supremacy. They speak manifest destiny. They speak violence. ICE recently got their ass kicked. I don't know if it was by Haitians or just a group of protesters, but they ran up on ICE armed, some vigilante ass whatever, ran up on them and whooped their asses, and ICE agents are quitting in droves. Morale is low among them, as it should be. But I still take issue with these things and cry about these things, even though there are people who hate me and hate my people ending up in these facilities. I can't help but believe that you should be treated like a human being. Deportations in and of itself is not wrong. Go to China illegally. Go to India illegally. India will execute you. China will put you in jail for 8 years if you go there without getting a visa and doing all the work. I'm not against deportations, but the way people are doing it, and then coming after people who were born on American soil. They're not naturalized. They were just born here. I'm like, yikes. I can't help but cry. I can't help but be upset. It's my nature to feel for others. Some people, their nature is the opposite. They can't feel shit that's not real to them. That is scary because those people run our earth. Indians came to Caribbean and gave them the spice. Right. I know. I know. I know. Um, but I hear what you're saying. Like, people are like, oh, your food tastes good. What is that? Jamaican curry? No, where's it really from? My grandma made. No, where's it really from? My great grandma made this curry. No, 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 no. Like, where from in India? Bitch. Nobody does that to the Jamaican curry. Nobody does that to the Somali tea. Somali tea is literally called chai, nigga. Shahi. Shahi. I can't make this shit up. Shahi. The proper way to pronounce chai. Oh, I love your tea. Where's it from? Oh, that's my mama's. No, where's it really from? Well, my grandma taught my mom. No, like India. Where in India? Where in Khorasan? Is this like Kazakhstani? Is it Pakistani? Is it Afghanistani? This is delicious. Nobody does that. They let y'all have y'all shit, but you don't seem to want to let us have our shit, and that's weird. There's an ill motivation behind that. DJ Biggs for the win. Hip hop is Black American from during and after the Black Power empowerment movement. Facts. The fifth element was knowledge of self from the 5% nation Blackness. Why is only four elements emphasized? Good question. I don't know if you guys know who the 5%ers are or the nation of gods and earths. If you go to Philly, you see people and they be like, what up, God? And they're talking to a man, or they'd be like, what up, Earth? And they're talking to a woman. So 5%ers are also a spinoff of like the Black Muslim movement and a spinoff technically of Islam. Muslims do not claim these people. Muslims don't even claim the Ahmadiyya. Muslims will not claim them. And you know what else? Orthodox Muslims, I know this because I was an Orthodox Muslim for 13 years. Orthodox Muslims will not claim the Nation of Islam. They're like, no, that's not Islam. We don't know them people. Won't claim them. How? When both y'all God is Allah. When both y'all read the Quran. How? They're like, it's too different. They teach that the white man is the devil and created in a lab by somebody named Yaqub 7,000 years ago and whoop, 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 whoop. Well, white people are the newest to the earth. What do you want people to tell you? They're the newest human species. They were black, then they were Mongolian, these Asians, and then, people also became white. That's why the indigenous people of every land are dark. I don't know how you would think the indigenous of Australia and Tasmania and India, all these are dark ass people. And then you get to American and they're bright ass Asians whole time. Every journal from every captain who sailed to America was like, oh, these people are copper colored. They did paintings. These niggas were darker than you with bigger noses than you, with curlier hair than you. I don't know how that rule would not extend to America. North America. Because even in South America, they know that their indigenous population was Black. My Nigerian friend that I went to college with, she was just like the native Fijian women, the old school Fijian women look like your mom and your sister. Now she didn't say look like me because I got a little off look. I you see me. You see me. You see this picture. That is an unfiltered, like, whatever. I'm sitting in front of a light, so I'm not that light skinned. If you can look at my arm and my shoulder in the picture, that's my color. I'm not that bright. It just whatever. But she's like, yeah, the people of Fiji, they look like your mom and your sister. They grow afros and they're Black and they got the lips and the noses and the cheekbones. I don't know how you would think that these are natives. I mean, they are, but I don't know how you would accept them as natives and not accept the appearance of Black Americans, because everybody wants us to look like these Siberian people. These people are straight up Chinese and Korean. Even my cousin, who's Korean and Black. Oh, hey, Michael san. My cousin, his test, his DNA test didn't say. It literally said half Native American. Ha! That's how you know these DNA tests are fucked up. It says half Native American, and I'm just like, bitch, he's Korean. Are y'all all right? But it says Native American by half. He got a Korean mom and my uncle as a father. DJ Biggs for the win again. For the win again. So no one can go back to its origin and history of where it derived in order to claim it as multicultural, because they cannot say they were involved in the Black experience. That's it, and that's all. Stop trying to claim us. Stop trying to demand that we attach our identity to you. We've been here for centuries. This is us. We is us. We is us. Tiffany Maven. Hey, Tiffany. The Essence Fest was put together by the Samuel Group. They are mostly white. That's facts. They partnered with the African who bought Essence. I saw it in another CC's live. That's facts. Remember earlier when I said, if you look at the people who put this Essence Festival together, it's like 5 African faces and 30 white people? That's what she's talking about. The Samuel Group. What does Samuel sound like? That sound Jewish to you? Wait a minute. The Samuel Group Essence. Let me see if I can get an image. There it fucking goes. There she goes. There she goes again. My brain. And I just can't contain the feeling. Remember when I said it's like 5 African faces? Eh? Eh? Nigga, that's literally 5, bitch. Well, 6 in the back. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe she's mixed. Let's say 5, 6, 7. Ho, the Samuel Group. Didn't I say it looked like 5 Africans and 30 white faces? I don't know what that. I don't know what that is. It could be niggas. It could be niggas. I don't know. This is what the shit look like. Fuck. This is what they look like. Essence. Essence. Oh God. God. Jesus Devonte Christ. Uppity, I saw a live about the Essence Fest and its owners on Tabitha Speaks Politics channel. Oh, no disrespect taken. Please go watch it. She has so much information with receipts that explains a lot. This is DACS. I was typing into the chat what our acronyms are. American. So FBA, DACS, and ADOS. ADOS is American. I forgot if it's American or African. Nope, it's American. American descendants of chattel slavery. All right, so this is essence. That's what it's giving. Caribbean started the name calling since the 70s. They've been calling FBA Yankees. Ooh, that's facts. That's facts. That's facts. You can listen to so many Black American content creators on TikTok and they talk about getting called Yankees. Essence is owned by a Kenyan. My bad. She is Kenyan, okay? She's not Nigerian. Those Irans were exactly. And that's what I'm saying by like, this African arrogance of we were the first, we were the first, we were the first. I'm like, baby. According to cuneiform and all kinds of anthropological carbon dating, the Sumerians were the first. If you look at their stuff, their writings, their cuneiform, and how it talks about Noah and the flood, and it talks about, the quote unquote Garden of Eden, I'm like, these people weren't even Christian, Muslim, or Jewish. Zoroastrian. And they have all these stories that somehow end up in your Bible, your Quran, and your Torah. Yeah. Yeah. Predating you. That's the reason people want Iran. I'm sorry, I got to put it out there. That's why people wanted Iraq. Wasn't no weapons of mass destruction nowhere. Nowhere. They want these places because the secrets that it holds, the cradle of actual civilization. Maybe not the cradle of civilization, because some people say that there are bodies being found in the Americas that are older than, let me not go there too bad. So Europeans were originally, yes, I can pull that up for you now. I'll go to Google. First European. Let's see if his face comes up. This is him. This is him. Straight hair, thinner lips. Most early Europeans had dark skin. Scientists reveal new DNA evidence. So again, these motherfuckers, you want to claim us because we got the same color? All right, well, claim the Tasmanians, claim the Dravidian underclass of India on the lowest part of the caste system. Why just us? That's the first European, because again, what is the rule? All Aborigines, all the true First Nations, all people of color, then Asian, then white. That is the evolutionary process of race. This is honest as honest gets. That's just what it is. This nigga look like one of the five heartbeats. Ain't got no money. Mm-mm-mm. Ain't got no fancy car. Don't live a life of a millionaire or a movie star. Don't need diamonds. Don't need pearls. As long as I got ya. Black like me. Essence Festival and Magazine will no longer be in the next 2 years if these African tethers don't sell Essence. FBA's has that power to destroy it. We do. FBA's been destroying shit. I'm sorry. We've been on a rampage lately. We've been abandoning the fuck out of people lately. People wanted to protest Starbucks so hard back when I was a teenager over Palestine. When niggas did it, everybody did it. Black people say fuck you to Target. Where's Target? Anybody heard from her? Like when we start leaving shit alone, it's like the vibe goes away. The vibe goes away. Like the heartbeat of the thing stops. I'm like this, brother. they can keep, as emotional as I am behind it, they could keep it. I'm like, if you own it and you want to make all these changes, that's fine. I'm just done with it. I'll pick up another magazine that has a bunch of Africans in it, but I won't pick up Essence because that shit was mine and it was taken. And it hurts. And I'm not gonna try to sit up here and look tough. It fucking hurts. Real bad. But I'm like, do what you want. Ruin a brand that is more than half a century years old. America means the beloved land to marry. Yes. Also means beloved land, period. And that's on Tia and Tamara. That's on Tia and Tamara. Tamari. Tamari. Tamara. Girl, bye. Girl, we know who the fuck we are. A. Marie. I'm Mary. America. Morocco was the first country to ever acknowledge the United States of America as a country. A Moroccan. A Moroccan. American. Don't put me on my Hotep shit, you guys, because then I'm gonna sound like Dr. Umar. But yeah, you're absolutely right. My twins, Big Tia, Tamara. FBA should just start a new label. Exactly. Exactly. I just say go somewhere else and put it in the bylaws that it can only be owned by a Black American. We don't sell unless we sell to Black Americans. Matching culture from our people to our people, and that's it. We're gonna have a little, requiem, a little funeral for Essence magazine, and let you do what you want to do with it. Because you're right, you own it. You can do what you want to do. That's crazy how I forgot that that lady is Kenyan and not Nigerian. And I just talked about spending 3 months in Kenya. That's fucking crazy. 3 months in East Africa total, but most of my time was in Kenya. I loved Kenya. At times, Kenya felt like home. I even had a dream about Kenya where Thoth, however you want to pronounce it, I pronounce it Tot, like taught you a lesson, came to me in a dream and was like, love Kenya, protect Kenya, uplift Kenya. It's the future. And I was like, bet. It's crazy. Kenya has a special place in my heart. And that's the thing. I can be mad about this and still care about Africa and Africans. I can be mad about this. Like this can be compartmentalized. Overall, I used to claim the diaspora very, very hard. Very hard. And it wasn't until all these African Americans ain't shit, Yankee ass, blah, 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 that I was just like, okay, I'm a nigga. That's all I see. That's all I want. That's all I do. That's all I am. That's all I will allow in. I wasn't like this. I was an international ass person, but I've been radicalized by experience. Star, exactly. Our new labor is called the Tether Destroyer. Y'all ever played tetherball? I hope you're not confused about what a tether is. By the way, shout out to your picture of Malcolm X. Malcolm X is the same mix that Amanda Seales is, and you wonder why Amanda Seales speaks the way that she speaks. Mother from Grenada and father Black American. Some of the most woke shit. If you want the wokest human being, you mix Grenada, and Black American, and holy shit, what a mouthpiece you have. What a person you can't even argue with you have. Hey, Kim I. Good to see you, Kim I. Caribbeans and South Americans are the most mixed race blacks on the planet. I agree. Africans just want our $1 trillion buying power. They trying to finesse us but failed. We got more money than their entire countries. That's facts. As far as we have more money than their entire countries, and the finesse, I got to be honest. If they should rename the Essence magazine, they should rename it Finesse, because we always get fleeced. Everywhere we go, we're always getting fleeced for something. It's like, oh, come back to Ghana, pay this, pay this, pay this, pay this. Nigga, the castle my ancestors were kept in, I gotta pay to see. And yes, we have $1 trillion buying power. People think they can shit on our face and say, oh, we Africans are superior, we're your originator, and culture means Africa. Culture means motherland, and culture, period. So respect your roots. That's what one of the organizers said. I could pull it up maybe later. But I'm just like, that's a shitty way to deal with this and then expect us to be loyal. Why are you talking like that? Uppity, there are a couple of follow-up videos to that one shown on Tabitha Speaks Politics about Essence Fest and who was running it. I'm not sure who that is, but I might check it out. Caucasoids really cannot accept the fact that we are just as capable, maybe more than they are. Girl, and don't get me to talking about melanin. Melanin is a conductor of energy. It's a conductor of electricity. You can put a light bulb in a dark enough, active enough Black American or African, Caribbean, whatever, let that nigga hold a light bulb and it will light up. If there's enough static, it'll light up. Melanin is funny that people call us copper colored, because what are batteries? You see that copper in the battery? Them positive and negative signs, and how you got to put it in the remote control in order to get the power flowing. We're like living batteries. And the sun charges us. The sun does to us almost what it does to a plant. So photosynthesis is the process by which plants make food. And they get a lot of that from the sun and soil. Sun, soil, water, that's all they need. Now, we don't make food. We can still be hungry. But when I tell you, you wonder how them Black Americans were working out in them fields all day and night, the sun charges melanin. It's like you got put on a charger, like a cell phone on a charger. And that's why more Black people than any other group of people goes missing every year. That's why our kids get found in gyms, rolled up in gym mats with their organs missing. Go to school, got picked up dead with no organs, because each of our organs are melanated and they conduct energy better than those that are not. Some of these people who are living forever, they got Black American hearts pumping in their chest. They got the heart transplant from a young Black athlete. And that's why they're over here 92. They're trying to they're putting melanin in computer chips. Now, who are they extracting that shit from? All these dead bodies popping out of crates and train box cars. Huh? Where are you getting it from? Melanin is worth more than gold. Literally. That's not no figurative, pretty ass speech. Literally. Gram for gram. Worth 5 times as much as gold. Gram for gram. All our slang is global too. That's facts. It's the way people will try to. The most irritating thing to me is when people try to diss me in my language. Whether it's a white woman or whatever woman, they'll try to do some kind of bye Felicia. I'm like, bitch, what movie that come from? You just heard bye Felicia and you went with it. What movie that's from? What was Felicia's problem? Why were they saying bye Felicia? All these people talking about period. I'm like, really? Okay. Where'd that come from? Who said that? Come on, you Black British, because What you guys said, the period in UK English is called a full stop. Full stop. So they would argue like, and brother, you didn't prepare my tea with the crumpets. Full stop. That would be what they said. And now, oh, period. Okay. Okay. Don't bring your ass over here barking at me in AAVE because I'm gonna be mad. Talk to me how you talk. But yeah, it's global as fuck. And also, I want to say on this, I got into an argument with the Starbucks when I briefly worked at Starbucks. Child, I quit teaching, and I thought Starbucks would be easier. Um, we were talking about K-pop, Korean popular music, and I said it's just Black culture in Asian face, in Asian font, and he was like, "That's not true. It's their culture." I'm like, and for the first time in his life, because I used to be a good girl, surprise, surprise. But for the first time in his life, he heard me say a swear word, and I was like, we recognize our own shit. That's still not accurate because, please, I literally watched these Asian. You can Google Asian strolls like Kappa Alpha Psi. They do the whole fucking stroll. Whole time, these steps and dances and divine nine things are so sacred to Black Americans. We won't even do it. We won't even do a Kappa shimmy if we're not a Kappa. We won't do it out of respect. Just smooth ass Asian ass, wannabe Kappas. I saw a K-pop video that was literally Bobby Brown's "Every Little Step I Take, You Will Be There. Every little step of it." The whole video, his hair, not his hairstyle, his dancing and his choreography, and even the background. They even had the girls walking. And I'm like, the whole video. It's like, what you think we forgot because that shit was the late 80s, early 90s? A tether is somebody who latches onto your shit and tries to absorb the benefits. So when we're calling people tethers, that's what that is. People are trying to claim you and don't have shit to do with you. That's what we're calling tethers. But yeah, our slang, our music, our god, you can hear gospel, nigga. You can hear gospel, you can hear jazz, you can hear R&B all over the fucking world. And I mean shit you would never expect to be on the radio that don't be on the radio in America. I heard One Last Cry when I was in fucking Saudi Arabia on the radio. Nigga, that's Brian McKnight. And that's not even because we only hear, "Do I ever cross your mind? Anytime do you ever wake up?" Right? We only hear, and one, you're like a dream come true. That's the only shits we hear on the radio. Nigga, they was like, one last cry before I leave it all behind. I was like, what fuck? They just going down the CD playing the cuts. Like, you know what? Hell yeah. So much Black music that white America won't even put on the radio. Won't even put out there like that. When was Brian McKnight's One Last Cry ever a single? It wasn't. Sean Barnes says 1828 Webster Dictionary of American describes who we are. Exactly. Copper color. You have to look into that copper colored. Recently, this Siberian Native American was just like, "Yeah, you guys are always talking about being copper color, copper, and it only matches our kid's skin." Okay, well, I have a penny. Look, match. And then a Black American proved that the new pennies are not made out of copper. Joke, bro. The new pennies that are being made 2025, 2024, 2020, 2020 anything, they're not copper. Real copper erodes, gets darker, turns green under certain circumstances. That shit, that these new pennies aren't even copper. The copper is worth more than the penny. They're not even heavy no more. Like you used to be able to slap somebody with a bag of coins. They're made of out of a totally different metal. I'm like, joke's on you. You're still not copper colored. Let's say you were. The rest of the people calling themselves First Nations, they're not copper colored. All of y'all are pasty. All of y'all look like you can't survive an Alabama summer, a Louisiana summer, a South Carolina summer. You mean to tell me you the original from there? Fuck out of here. Now, when it comes to Northern American tribes and shit, I don't say that because I Washington State, near Canada, all that stuff, very cold, very cold. Alaska, very very cold. Even though, child, them Alaska natives got sent there so that America could claim Alaska because Russia was going to claim it. They got sent there. They weren't there. They were sent there. I'm so sorry. Africans were sold by other Africans. We wasn't stolen. Right. So when that song by Bob Marley that I sang, uh, Buffalo soldiers, trail like red star, stolen from Africa, shipped to America, fighting on arrival, fighting for survival. So in the song, they say stolen, and so many people wanted to say stolen, but we weren't stolen at all. Nigga, it was a deal. We got sold. We were purchased. I'm mad at him for lying. No, you didn't. I think that he said what he said to the best of his knowledge. Everybody was calling us stolen. Everybody was calling us stolen. It's only in the 90s when white people started hitting us with that clapback. White people started hitting us with the they your own people sold you. They started hitting us with that clapback. We was like, huh? I'm not saying people didn't know before, but I'm saying the way it went pop culture, it went popular, that people understood this African slave trade, the African slave trade with the Arabs and the African slave trade with the Europeans in America. We got humbled as hell. We were like, oh shit, Africans wouldn't do this. Africans wouldn't do that. It's like, bitch, they sold you. Shut the fuck up. And now we're like, you know what? Hell yeah. They sure the fuck did. I remember talking to a Nigerian girl and she was like, well, if they gave you reparations, they would have to give reparations to all of West Africa. The fuck they would. You got paid already. You got paid your little, you got your money for everybody you sold. The fuck? There was people here before natives, right? And that's us. And that's on Olmecs and Toltecs, Aborigines. That's us. Miss Uppity, why do some Africans, in your opinion, why do some Africans have such a disdain for Black Americans? I think there are two major reasons. Both of them are going to sound insulting. I'm sorry. One is just kissing white ass, adopting the views of white people, trying to be like white people, trying to seek the means of nearness to white people. Just trying to be like the power class. And the other thing is, I think there's some jealousy. I think there's some envy beyond jealousy. Because everything we do goes global. And these people come here telling us we don't have a culture, and then they do their culture stuff and nobody cares. You got 55,000 views on TikTok from doing your Ethiopian shoulder shake. Everybody's out here whipping and nay-naying. In Australia, in China, in India, nay-nay. Everybody's out here hitting the folks and hitting the quan. Everybody's out here doing the fucking run a man in the chicken head. Everybody's doing that bank head bounce. All these Asian nations are breakdancing. All of them. and doing it in Adidas. Come on, Run DMC. You see us imitated and duplicated fucking everywhere. And I think a lot of African Americans have just learned this in the past couple of decades. I don't think we really knew like that. And the last thing I'll say is I remember school age African American, I gotta say it. I remember school age Black Americans, telling all the African kids, why you don't match? What's up with your clothes? Why you smell like spices? African booty scratcher. I think some people carry that trauma into adulthood. And when I grow up, I'm gonna shit on you back. But I think also, if you look into Africans and their cultures, you start separating them into tribes. I talked about the Kikuyu and the Luyo in Kenya. Hell, a Somali person, when they're born and raised in Kenya, you know what the fuck other Somalis call them? And even the people of they call them Sijui. Sijui in Kiswahili. You know what Sijui means? Bitch, Sijui means I don't know. I don't know where I'm from. Whole time Kenya ain't nothing but a country away from Somalia. But just being born there turns you into a Sijui. The I don't know people. The I don't know where I'm from. But after 400 years of us, I don't know if I should answer that. But after 400 years, you want to claim us. And I'm like, all you guys, even you can go and find Nigerians. They'll say that Nigerian Americans are not necessarily Nigerian. There's an argument there. And they're like, fuck you mean? My daddy was born there. What do you mean I'm not Nigerian? But they'll be like, nah, we don't know you. They'd let people go after a generation of being born somewhere else and got names that they call them, but want to claim us after 400 years. For what? I also think Black Americans, a lot like Jamaicans, Black Americans are swaggy as hell. Like just cool for no reason. Nobody else could make their racial slur popular. The way we own shit, the way we walk, the way we talk. It's cool as fuck. I gotta be honest. Like African Americans are swaggy. They're Beyonce, they're Michael Jackson, they're Janet Jackson, they're fucking Mary J. Blige. Go Mary, go Mary. Real love, I'm searching. It's like that shit is enviable. People talking about, oh well, we created cornbread. I'm like, we made Beyonce. Go home. We made Michael Jackson, Gary, Indiana, bitch. We made Tupac. How do you feel right now? So, give a fuck about what you made. I mean, we also created GPS and we also created the personal computer. Computers used to be the size of like living room couch sets. They were very big. Thanks to some hidden figures and Mark Dean, you have the technology for a desktop, a laptop, and cellular phones. Check out his patents, and that's a whole nigga from the Carolinas. A whole nigga. A whole nigga. So those are the reasons I think people have a problem with African American. I think people have internalized racism. I think they're anti-black. So that was 5 reasons. They don't like us because we let the white man hose us down and attack our grannies with dogs, and all we did was march. Native Americans captured us and sold us back to the whites. His father was a blue-eyed white devil. Working to get my FBA card. Ain't no FBA card. Ain't no FBA card. You don't get one. You'll never be foundational, Black American. You don't seem to realize what we mean by that. Malcolm X said, we didn't land on Plymouth Rock landed on us. The end of Lift Every Voice and Sing, it's 3 verses. So many people don't know that today. Shaded beneath thy hair, may we forever stand true to our God, true to our native land. Older niggas weren't confused. The very first thing in American documentation and legislation, the very first thing you were ever called was an Aborigine. You weren't even called an African. And I've said this a million times on my channel. Why the fuck do you think these when you look at these slave auction flyers, it's like now selling 3 Negroes and 7 Africans. If they were the same, why would they make that distinguish? Why would they distinguish that way? Why do you think people got beaten for speaking in their own language? Why do you think families got sold apart? Because you keep talking in that Muskogee. You keep talking in that Creek language or whatever you speak. It's a paper genocide on Black Americans. Now, if you take genealogy seriously, I can almost promise you're going to run into a land patent. I can almost promise you're going to run into ancestral lands. I can almost promise you can sue Harvard. I can almost promise you there are several major universities that you might be able to sue because these people own slaves. You don't get an FBA card because you're not foundational to America, homie. You're not foundational. We built America up from just a couple of colonies. Before there were 13 colonies, the Africans we came from, before there was a United States of America, we were here and we built what we call the United States of America. That's why you'll never be FBA. That's why you'll never be foundational. That's what we mean by, as in we built the foundation of America. The buildings, the roads, nigga, we built the White House. That's on Benjamin Banneker. We made the layout for Washington, D.C. Benjamin Banneker was also a Freemason. We did all that sacred geometry. We did all that positioning and astrology and whatever else for all these capital ass buildings. Before anything was here that you recognize as the United States, I'm telling you, we built it. That's why you will never be a foundational Black American. That just belongs to a specific group of people. I will never be Kikuyu. I fuck the shit out of the Kikuyu, man. I love the Mau Mau. I do. Mau Mau were mostly Kikuyu freedom fighters. And they would hang out in trees, camouflage and shoot up all these colonizers coming in trying to do whatever. I love them dreads. I love them, because they were so unkempt, their hair grew into locks. I will never be a Mau Mau. I can't be born in Kenya enough generations for me to be Mau Mau, for me to be Kikuyu, for me to be Luyo. I can't do it. But for some fucking reason, you guys think you can do that with us. I don't know. Jeez. No, we didn't start comedy. Those Greeks and Romans started that tomfoolery and we copied that crap. Well, I will say that as far as drama in the theater, like the word hypocrite, Hippocrates, as far as the Greeks and Romans are concerned, it's literally, that's why when you type in drama into a phone, you see 2 masks. Because the way they did their theater, it would be like a one-man show, but they would have different masks. So they would put on one mask to play with the part of one person, remove that and put on the other mask to play the other person. So these were one-man shows. But the way we do comedy, the way we do stand-up, it's uniquely ours. The way we do Richard Pryor, the way we do Eddie Murphy, the way we do Chris Tucker, the way we do what we do is uniquely ours. So I'm not saying other people didn't have one man shows, not saying they didn't have theater, but the pattern, the patterns that are recognized by comedians, even the way to success, the way to getting in, these are all things established by Black Americans. The natives was just squatters. That's the real reason. And are you talking about Alaska when Russia tried to claim it? You can literally like see Russia from Alaska. In certain parts of Alaska, you can just look over the water and be like, "There's Russia." That's how close. That's how close. And so some Native Americans were sent there. Now they're called Alaska Natives. They were sent there so America could claim it by saying, "No, we already have people there," and didn't, and didn't. But now they're Alaska Natives. Scammed by a Nigerian, shocker, right? That's what I'm saying. Like when you're whole, you want to talk shit about an Akata. These are the main people calling us a stray cat, and in the context, it means nigga. In the colloquial context of what them saying stray cat, it means nigga. Just like when Arabs call us abid or abd, it means slave, literally, but in the context of what they're saying, it means nigga. When you're known as a nation as scammers, back to the drawing board you go. I remember that when email addresses were like kind of a new thing. That's how old I am. I'm a millennial. Um, I used to get those Nigerian ass, misspelled ass emails talking about I'm the heir to some kind of fortune and I need to give all my information in order to get my money. And I'm like, how could I be an heir, bitch? I have a whole fucking family. Why wouldn't it be my mama, nigga? My daddy, my grandma, my whoever? Like, are you dumb? But yeah, when your nation has a reputation for being scammers, I don't think you need to be talking about niggas and ghettos and black on black quote unquote black on black crime. I don't think you need to be talking about any of that shit. Fix your reputation as a nation. The whole world is calling y'all scammers. But you want to shit on niggas. Got it. Two groups known for scamming Nigerians and Indians. Bruh. Can't make the shit up. And poor Indians. Poor Indians, because they go through it. Their leadership is corrupt too. Their shit is all polluted. They don't have the regulations they should have for clean air. They ain't got no EPA. They probably got all kind of lead paint and asbestos in they shit. Like poisoned as hell. Their air is shit quality. Like poor them. The white man stole your memories too. Okay. I mean, I love the fact that your clapbacks at me are never ever disagreeing with anything that I said. I love that your clapbacks are attacks on my character, that are attacks on who I am. Because you can't say shit about what I've actually said. You are out of your league. So yes, the white man stole my memory. Sure. Have you ever dated a non-BA black man? Yes. Worst experience of my life. Um, I dated a Gambian who used to knock the babies out of me. He would get me pregnant on purpose and knock babies out of me. That was the first time I encountered narcissistic personality disorder. Uh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Every now and then I get knocked out by the memories of things that I've been through. So you want to say the white man stole my memory, PTSD stole my memory, and PTSD is what I went through with that Gambian, that Mandingo Gambian. Um, His mom was Fulani, his dad was Mandingo. Um, and my actual marriage, my actual son that I had in wedlock was to a Somali man. But the love of my life was a man I did not marry. We were together 4 years before he died of heart problems. So that's who I call Mr. Uppity. Like literally, he was Mr. Me. He was the love of my life. Love of my life was a Black American man who was Choctaw like I'm Choctaw, who was indigenous and African and white in the distant past. Made like me, look like me. Love of my life. He was heaven on earth. So the happiest I've ever been in my life was with a Black American man. With my own people. But a bitch used to be a Pan-Africanist, so I'm like, oh, we all Black. Got my ass handed to me. Got dragged to a park to bury. I will traumatize the fuck out of you guys if I start talking about my personal life. Let me stop. Driving over a manhole. Pause. It was that bad in Kenya. It was that fucking bad. But this bitch wants to buy Essence. Fix a road in Malakisi. Can you come up and show us? What the hell, bro? You were doing so well. You were doing so well in the comments section. Good Lord. Good Lord. You were doing so well. I've never seen your name before, but maybe you have a new name and whatever.
Another unicorn here.
You were doing so well. So, is she reading the comments? It took me a while to get to the comments, but I am. Africa has the potential, but the people are not industrious. I think they are industrious. I just think there's a lot of corruption and it's hard to get around. It's hard to get around. Africa has brilliant minds, brilliant people, hustle culture. Akon didn't lie about them being hustlers. Remember, I told you this picture of me that is vibrating, my avatar. I was trying to explain that I'm not this light. This is just a glare. So this is my real color. And the titties, everybody fought me for. The titties I got bullied for. The titties I don't show and don't cam up anymore. This video has 100,000 views. Uppity Unicorn used to do well, but I got into so many YouTube beefs over how I look. My channel has been all but destroyed. I absolutely love you. So glad I found you in my algorithm today. Much love from down to ooh. Yes, New Orleans. I'm honored. I'm honored. I'm honored. That's all I can say. I'm there. I'm truly honored. New Orleans is very, very precious to me. The people are very precious to me. Freedmen tribes were kicked out by natives. That's all facts. That's all facts. I question their sincerity. They have natural resources and they have been educated by Western universities, yet they still lagging behind. I mean, I think that's because a lot of these people, if I can just be real, a lot of these people don't act like the Jamaican. They don't act like the Black American. They're not over white worship. They haven't graduated from that level of thinking. Some of these people just, oh, I can't wait until I get around the white people, you know, and that's their goal in life. I mean, that internalized racism, being black wasn't even cool. It was nothing to be proud about until African Americans gave birth to the swag on the skin color. All around the world, people were ashamed for being black, ashamed for being dark, bleaching the hell out of themselves. We started the conversation on self-love and colorism and natural hair, and the rest of the black people on earth, they followed suit. If Nigeria is so modernized, why do they come to America? Exactly, because there is a lot of modernization. I got to be honest, there's a lot of, like, if you look at developed as Nigeria, it looks like a regular city. But right outside of that city is just goats and carriages and plains of grass, a bunch of dirt. I think there's too much corruption. I think there's too much scamming. I think it lowers the morale of the people and gets them to be like, man, I got to go somewhere else. It's not completely modernized, but they do have some cities that are modern. Blah blah. FBA, Choctaw Indian and Black. Hey, Dwight Dorsey. Oh, you're me. You are me. I am you. You sound very ghetto. You better than that. Well, I don't know. I don't know. They're ashamed. That's why. I think that's true. Don't let your anger and frustration lower your intelligence. I wouldn't say my intelligence is being lowered. I think that I have communicated in a way that is less desirable with all the swear words or whatever, but I don't feel any less intelligent. Majority of African content creators always got us. That's facts. You can Google police brutality right now, and one of the first content creators coming up will be African. You can Google Essence Festival right now. You can Google Tamir Rice. You can Google, and I'm telling you, the content creators that come up will be African. And nowhere on their channel are they talking about themselves. They just talk about niggas. There's my ghetto. Here's a deal. My childhood was ghetto. My early childhood, not my complete childhood, but my early childhood, like conception to about 5, 6 years old. Yeah, it was ghetto. So if I sound ghetto, it's because I'm from the Central District. It is what it is. Now, usually I get made fun of for sounding white. As I've gotten older, my voice has deepened. So there's less confusion now. But the way I would get jobs over the phone and show up, and they're just like, you're not the person I talk to. The way black people would route me and be like, are you white? I'm like, I just told you my name is Chocolate Angel. Well, you might be white chocolate. Are you white? Bruh, I'm the blackest mofo in here. Black like that. But you shouldn't oppress others who are looking for opportunity. LOL. Who said anything about oppression? Look for your opportunity. I mean, the unnecessary LOL is just, I don't know, for kicks, because you're obviously saying something that is very sensitive to you. This is obviously not a laughing matter to you. You're talking about oppression. Oppression is never funny. Black Americans do not oppress Africans. Black Americans have the reputation of putting Pan-Africanism on the map. Didn't exist until we existed. We were welcoming Africans, Caribbeans with open arms. We were the ones who got mocked. We were the ones who got rejected and got told, we don't amount. We don't amount to nothing. So if you want an opportunity, take an opportunity. But as far as the opportunity with Essence, like if you want to own Essence and you want to keep Essence, this ain't the way to do that. So like I said, y'all can have it. It's going to be a new Black magazine, and it's going to be born out of the Black millennials and Gen Z people who are the main ones in Black American culture establishing boundaries. It's not like people in Gen X or boomers didn't do it, but we're all on one accord now, all over the place, uploading the same content, establishing the fact that, like, look, Black American, this is my culture, yada, yada, yada. We didn't talk like that before. The bullying has forced us to speak like that. So I hope that was enough boob for you. Whoever, Dwight Dorsey or whoever said, we adopted nonviolence from Gandhi in India, and Gandhi was a flat out fucking racist. Didn't want white people to be racist to them, but Gandhi and the rest of his people, that little caste system where the darker you are, the less you're worth. Yeah. They playing on your insecurity and your vanity. What you talking about? Is it when I said I was bullied? I'm vain as hell. That tracks. FBAs are just as are just as toxic as MAGAs. This is like telling me that I'm short. That's what it sounds like. And I'm a big ass Amazon woman. I just played you a fucking video. I am huge. I am damn near 6 feet. You saying FBAs are toxic as MAGAs just sounds like you trying to call me short when I know I'm a big bitch. You should be happy and regal. Who says I'm not regal? What are you gonna do, Bo Kershaw? That don't even sound Black American. You would have done better with Lakeisha or something. Yeah. Notice how all this person's insults are just they're assaults on my character and my not my character, but like my identity as a Black American. None of the things that Tyga A says have anything to do with the conversation I've had with you. Good afternoon, Lady Ro. No, you talk about Nigeria because it has Nig in it. And this is why they think they're funny. Because I could have talked about Niger. It has Nig in it too. I could have talked about the Negus of Ethiopia. It has Nig in it too. Crazy. But this is all this person has to say. Nothing on NOLA, nothing on to steal our land, nothing on the rhetoric and the research that I've actually given you. Marcus wanted trade, not migration. He purchased freighters, not passenger ships. Garvey wanted to bring raw materials and use it to industrialize the rural South. FBAs are the indigenous people of America in the Southeast. It's fucking facts. What about Black women that marry white and Latin men? I think their story is different overall. Like there are the sellout Black women who marry interracially, but by and large, that's not their story. By and large, they're not marrying for colorism. By and large, they're especially these skinny Black American women um, who are very, very dark. We all know FBA men. Um, FBA men are doing better about it, but in general, FBA men are colorists. In general, when they say they like natural hair, they mean, loose curls. They don't mean tight ass 4C hair. We know y'all like a certain girl. We know, the Beyoncés of the world and the Solanges of your world of the world, the A. Maries of the world. It's like that's your speed. Y'all like us to look a little exotic and mysterious. I've never met a Black American girl who was dark skinned, who didn't get made fun of for her skin color, who didn't get dragged by other FBAs for her skin color. And I say this because I'm very sober about my people. People think when I praise Black Americans that I'm some kind of like radical identity, racist, bigot, whatever. But no, I can say the good and the bad. Um, and you find a lot of white men who are with very, very dark skinned Black American women who are thin. Black men tend to like them light skinned and thick. And a lot of these darker women, they started out seeking Black men and then they went to where they were celebrated. They went to where love became easier for them. Okay, Tyga. Hi, Thierry. Thierry. FBA, Foundational Black American, 80s, Five Heartbeats. Girl, that is my jam. If Robert Townsend don't do nothing else with his life, which he did, but he ain't have to do nothing after the Five Heartbeats. Just a classic. Albert Perry has the oldest DNA. Oh, thank you. Nice singing voice, FBA. Children tease children since school has been. Exactly. And that's my point. And they all want to bring up, I swear, every African I hear talk about this stuff, they bring up African booty scratcher. I'm like, I got called the African booty scratcher too. We all got made fun of. We all got talked about. We all got ranked on. We all got hurt feelings in elementary school. But you an adult screaming a kata. Baby. Right? FBA, we good. We good. Like keep it. You own essence. That's facts. Kenyan woman owns Essence. She wants to insert all the African influence into it and turn around the Black Americans who built it for 55 fucking years of respect your roots. Okay. Do you? We're comfortable with who we are. That's fucking right. And I think there are a lot of people who are not. I think there are a lot of Black people who are not. They lost millions and will continue to. Abayo, oh, ساتها وفيان وفيان معا. Abayo, if Rich Dennis wants essence, he needs to fire the Wanga lady. I'm saying, I hear you. Knowing what we know, we are better off delineating. They have no scores on the board. We are better off delineating. I wouldn't say because Africa is so broad. Africa is so expansive. It's the largest continent. Um, there are plenty of African nations that have scores on the boards, but I do agree with you that we're better off delineating. We got to make the shit clear. Everybody wants to own our shit. Latinos talk to us about how they're the real people who started hip hop, and you know everybody African wants to talk about how they started the braids whole time. You ain't never braided the way we braid. I'm not saying you never did cornrows. I ain't saying you never did box braids, but we're braiding people's names into their head in cursive. That's some nigga shit. Doorstep, egg beater, folding chair. Right. I mean, the African American inventions are crazy. And you know what? Every Black History Month, World's Best Braider, they always want to talk to us about some damn peanut butter. Black people created peanut butter. Black people created the cotton gin. Black people created the ironing board. And I'm like, are you a dumb bitch? Do you realize a Black woman is responsible for GPS, one of the hidden figures from NASA? Do you realize that Mark Dean, a nigga that's still alive today from North Carolina, do you realize he's responsible for, I was saying earlier, how the original computers were big as sofas. They were huge machines. But the reason you can have a desktop, a laptop, and a cellular phone is because of his patents. Do you realize the reason you have a home security system is because a Black woman who had to work was worried about her sons in the hood and invented a solution, a monitoring solution, so she could monitor what's going on around her house? Like are you like we invented more than that? Like get this peanut butter out of my face. I dare you to talk about GPS. That was a black woman. I dare you to talk about the personal computer and the laptop and the desktop. That was a black man who's still alive. Who's still alive. IBM. He worked at IBM. There are cars. There are these beautiful cars, these Mustangs, and all these they be designed by black people. You ever been able to look at a car and been like, that car is black, that car is black, that car is African American? Oh my God. Like just the body of it and the interior, the way it looks. That's because one of us designed it. Like we've been doing this. We've been solving problems because necessity ends up creating a need for ingenuity. And because we've been burdened with so much building, it was necessary that we invent the cotton gin and like whatever else to help with the work. But yeah, we've been doing this. Allegedly, a black man invented the light bulb in the car, but a lot of us, we were owned at the time of our inventions, and you're not allowed to have a patent. You're not even allowed, your slave master is going to get the credit for that. So Henry Ford, that's a Ford. Who cares if you invented the car? Who owns you? That's who's gonna, it's hella stuff these people are claiming that is Black American ingenuity. They are extremely anti-Black. All they did was not come out of bedrock. Damn. Which means some of us was here. Exactly. I am very adamant about the fact that, and I try to say this because a lot of Black people, when you say, you have Indian in your family, they think you're not proud to be Black. And they think when you say Indian, you're claiming these Siberian natives. And I'm just like, no, my natives have always looked like me. The people I come from, the Aborigines I come from, I didn't need a drop of Africa to look like this. We've always looked like this. Let me find Chief Warhorse real quick. Chief Warhorse. Female. This is us. That's more or less my face. That's more or less my face. That's my flat ass nose. I barely got a top lip. Now I barely have a forehead, and clearly she has one. But this is more or less my face.
Who are the real Americans? America keep changing and changing and changing. Let's go back in time when the American Indians looked like I look and roamed the South.
And this is why Master P, you have all kind of footage of him like, yeah, we in the NO, we down here with the real Indians. This is why that song by Apache, what is it? Kimo Sabi. What is that song? Damn it. What is it? Y'all know the song. Ooga, 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 ooga. Damn it. Sabi. Is it called Apache? Ha! This is us. This has been us. I'm sorry. I know that beat is so dope, but damn it, I don't want to get demonetized. I mean, look at the feathers on these heads. Look at the fringes. And can I just jump on it, jump on it, jump on it. And let me just say, these fringes are not just Native American, because y'all are gonna get me, but literally, the 12 tribes of Hebrews were commanded to wear fringe. to distinguish themselves from other groups of people. Just dope. But that's, I mean, he's basically my skin color. I don't have to, you know? This is what I mean, Aborigine. That's why I say Aborigine and I don't say. But you see, there's an argument because these people are Aborigine. You got a lot of Native Americans who would be like, nah, actually, hip hop was started by us. I'm like, bitch, you know, this is not your shit. Like, go away. Go away. I was never called an African. Exactly. And our people told us who we are. My mother's mother was a full-blooded Blackfoot. Come on, Blackfoot, cry about that. And what they say is null and void, period. And the thing is, when we say these things about being indigenous, we're not saying we're not black. We're just saying we've been here. It's not that we don't have African ancestries, but we have ancestry in these Americas, North and South America, North, South, and Central America. Like we've been here. They tried using mind manipulation on us, but some of us are tapped in and have been breaking the curses. That's right, baby, baby. I love American people and legacy, reputation, and standards. Bio, the problem I see is too many of us uphold stereotypes of Black Americans and want to be separate. I agree. Someone asked me earlier what I think the problem is, and I named like half a dozen things. But I think this is very clear. And I love this name because it's Somali against Pan Africanism. What did I tell you about my Somali girlfriend? She was Abgal of an Abgal of the Hawiye tribe, our ancestral lands of Mogadishu. And she was just like, we don't deserve Pan Africanists. The Pan Africanism in you is like strange because we don't have that. We're not even Pan ourselves, you know, talking about, you know, we don't get along with Ethiopians. We don't get along with any Habesha people. We don't get along with whatever, you know. And I'm like, well, damn. I don't mind people wanting to be separate as far as ethnicity is concerned. I think when people get into denial about race, that can be what's irritating. But I understand that people from Africa, they didn't know they were Black. They get to America and they find out they're Black because it wasn't, you know, all about that. It was more about nationality, ethnicity, tribe. Benjamin Banneker also made the Farmer's Almanac. Like Black Americans are shitting. We are shitting on the people. And I'm not saying Africans, right? But I'm just saying even people who think they made these contributions to America, even our oppressors, I'm like, we are shitting on you. This is what we do. We did all this shit. Farmer's Almanac, get out of here. I didn't even know that. But I know Benjamin Banneker was a damn genius. She will create our enclaves, but many to flood your legacy groups and areas, and that's not fair for y'all. I agree, and I think you said that like I could end the video on that because that's exactly what's happening. They're flooding our legacy, and that's what we called it colonizing, but really colonizing is a sensitive word. But it's like how I said earlier, you'll never find a Black American going to a Caribbean carnival and expecting to be centered. You won't find that. Even though Bob Marley said his very famous beat was inspired by a Black American church song he heard, that's their shit, and we're never gonna claim it. We're never. Well, we authored your Jamaican ass music, blah blah blah. Like that sounds dumb. It sounded dumb rolling off my tongue. So people don't give us the same respect. When we go into people's houses, we know that we're a guest. People don't think that they're guests in our houses. They're coming here to take our house. And that's disrespectful. And it's crazy disrespectful because they're shocked that we're upset about it. I can't believe you're shocked. If we did that to you, where would you be? I was like, I'm a piano, South Africa, really? That's a new musical genre? That ain't nothing but a South African take on Black American music and Caribbean music. And oh my God, Tyler, all you try to do is be Rihanna. And she has her little superiority complex, like she's better than Rihanna. She's like, I'm bigger than Rihanna, right? Because she's hella Indian. I'm bigger star than Rihanna than she was at my age. I'm not being mean, I'm just stating facts. Bitch, that's not true. You're not stating facts. Gas masks, refrigerator trucks, we will not be aligned. Come on, man. Come on, man. We did all of this. We did all of this. You wouldn't even have it. You wouldn't even have it if it wasn't for the people you're looking down on. They can say what they want. The proof is in the pudding. We are not banned from countries. Ooh, ooh. The way your ass can't get into certain countries when you pop up with some of these passports from some of these nations on the continent, the way you can't get in, the way they got a travel ban on your whole nation, yikes. No travel. We don't have a travel ban. Exactly. Peace, peace. I'm a helicopter flight instructor. Ooh, okay, okay. And I've trained about 50 Nigerian Air Force pilots in New Iberia. Lagos. And one thing I can tell you is that they lie a lot and refuse to wear deodorant. God dang it. I remember going when I was a Muslim and I would go to like the Gambian masjid. It did smell like armpits. I just gotta say, and it was the men and the women, but also the lying is crazy. The lying is crazy. African Americans feel pressure to tell the truth. Not only do we feel pressure to tell the truth, we feel like it's the right thing, and sometimes we over explain ourselves. It's like, did nobody even ask you for all that? But African American, well, I did this because of this and this, because we're so used to people trying to count us out that we kind of have to spell it out for people. But yeah, I had a Somali friend. She was just like, I can't believe you're a grown woman and I have to teach you how to lie. She's like, you're not gonna get the resources you need, the blah 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 blah, the this and the that isn't gonna happen until you say this. Say this. But I feel bad about it. I feel bad about, telling lies to children when the lie would benefit them. American only for me. I'm not attracted to delusions. American men made essence for their women. And that's another motherfucking thing. I'm so sorry because people do this dance. Like, yeah, I know black men date interracially more than any other, group, but these are black men who created essence for black women. That is a love story. R&B exists as a musical category because black men were singing to their black women. Oh my God. And there's such a strong narrative around, oh, black men hating black women and this and this and this and this. And I'm just like, do you realize what they've done over the years? I'm not saying some of those songs weren't sung or written about women of other nations, but predominantly R&B is a black man singing to a black woman and a black woman singing her heart to a black man. That's all rhythm and blues really is. That's all that genre of music really is. Like, we have a history of being these romantic feeling people. I've seen so many people on TikTok like, I need a man to cry in the rain for me, you know. Baby, I'm begging, baby, I'm begging, begging, baby. Do you believe in love and the promise that it gives? Like, if the angels came for me, I'd tell them no. I don't want to leave my baby alone. I mean, all this stuff. You are not alone. Well, hey, uh, Miss Presley was in the picture by then, but the point is, R. Kelly wrote the song, and shit, I shouldn't have brought that shit up. R. Kelly wrote the song, Michael sang it, but these are love letters to each other. You created a whole genre of music that are just love letters to each other, black men and black women, us. I have a hard time with this. I have a hard time with this. Um, I will say that femicide is a problem in pretty much every black nation, and it might be a problem in every nation all across the globe. But when I tell you my East African friends who were older than me, right? So I'm a millennial, and they're Gen X. They're so proud of their circumcision. The stuff that we call female genital mutilation, the stuff that we call FGM, they call circumcision. And they were like, as a kid, the worst thing somebody could say to you is, ah ha ha ha, you have a clit. And they're like, oh my gosh, cut this shit off and sew me up already. Because it felt like being called a whore. It felt like being called horny or like whatever, like you want dick or something. And they would make fun of people this way. And so they be like 7, 8, 9 when they get, circumcised and sewn up at the top and leave a hole big enough to pee out of. And so many of those same Somali women, because a lot of younger millennial Somali people are not circumcised. And ain't no Gen X circumcised Somali American. It ain't nan. But the way these ladies would have to get scalpeled, like have to go to the doctor and get their labia reseparated because it healed together after being cut up. And they would talk about it with so much pride. I'm like, you like they're like it's a rite of passage. They're like, y'all call it female genital mutilation. We don't call it that. And just with so much pride. I mean, it's what I learned. Gaston, Alabama. Me and this girl, mama is rooted in Louisiana. Can you hear me? I'm so proud of having Louisiana heritage. And I noticed the men that I'm most attracted to are from Alabama. I just, don't hold me. Don't hold me. Exactly. I laughed my butt off at their degrees. None were smart enough to learn to refine those minerals. Ouch. Um, I am upset in this video, but I don't want to cap on anybody. I don't want to like start making fun of other groups of people. I think even if they learn to refine those minerals, the European companies that work with them in the European countries that work with Africa, they like, well, never mind. Maybe your read is right, and I just need to shut up because Burkina Faso is doing very well. They're up 18 trillion. And Ibrahim Traore was trained in America, went to school in America. I mean, I'm sure he did his primary school in Burkina Faso, but and what did he do? He came back from here. He came back from America. He came back from the influence of Black America My people, my people. My people, my people, it's all for you. That, God bless him, God bless him, Goddess bless him, everything bless Ibrahim Traore. He is doing with his African nation what African Americans have been begging Africa to do for decades. And they thought we were jealous of them. We were like, don't let the World Health Organization come vaccinate you. Make your own vaccine. Don't let them do it. Don't let them do it. Oh, they are curing us. They are curing us of these and of that and malaria. And I'm like, don't do it. And then they wake up and it's 600,000 Ethiopian women sterilized after they got a damn mumps and measles, rubella vaccination. And we're like, we fucking told you, you can't trust these people. We fucking told you. And you thought we were somehow jealous of your contact with white people? Are you all fucking K? We tried to tell you. We tried to tell you, don't take these bank loans, reject these loans. It's bondage. They thought we were hating. And I'm like, wow, y'all, some of y'all really think white people are special. Niggas don't. The vast majority of us, we shame Black Americans who are coons. We shame Black Americans who are, what is her name? Candace Dillard, or I don't know what her name. The Caribbean girl who's really pretty and really political. That's a stereotype. I come from great orators. Exactly. And I grew up in the Church of God in Christ. That's a historically Black church, founded, segregation like hella long ago. And my pastor Townsdale could preach the house down, sweat pouring from his forehead, gasping for air, like could preach. We'll start singing and freestyling. Hitting that right, stay down. Like he just go off. Shit that make you jump to your feet and wave your hand in the air and preach it. Well, I come from great orators. That's why the Dr. King or Reverend Doctor, I mean, Reverend is right in his name. Reverend Dr. Hello, preaching. Minister Malcolm X, hello, preaching. We come from a history of great orators, but people expect us not to be able to speak in a goddamn English. Hi, Zane Good. Oh, there's my twin. There's my twin brain. I heard it was Jollof Rice versus Jambalaya. What the hell? I know. And you should have saw, I put up the flyer. You should have saw the flyer, man. The flyer was so fucking offensive. Jambalaya was written in these tiny words. New Iberia, Louisiana. Come on now. It's near Lafayette, Louisiana. Okay. My people, come from Plain Dealing, Cottle Parish, in Shreveport. What is that about? My mom was from Louisiana, my daddy Alabama, but literally, exactly. Not all these Beyoncés. Not all these Beyoncés in the chat. Not all these. Mine from Ponchatoula. Come on, girl. Come on, Lake Pontchartrain. Gaston, Alabama. That's why I don't fuck around about Beyonce. That's why I am hostile behind her. And it's because she's her culture's keeper. She puts responsibilities on herself to convey the culture and be true to the culture that many other artists don't. She puts weight on herself. And her most slept on album, you know what her most slept on album is? Black is King. Long live the king, you're the king, you know it. And she was paying so much homage to Africa and so many African collaborators. Don't jealous me. So many, they feel away. Oh, wow. They'll never take my power. She put so much. And most of us come with the attitude of Beyonce, like we will rep the ancestry just fine, but this is who we are. And it's like you're trying to use our roots as chains. Bitch, we free. Don't do that. Oh, is that Louisiana map, cities, parishes? Let's see what I can find. Gaston, Alabama. I love them Alabama niggas. I love me a Bama. God help me. Cotto! Right up top. So I should have said Cotto and Bossier, but you know, Cotto and Bossier are where my family is from. So we have some, anyhow. So there's Webster, there's Claiborne, there's Union Morehouse, West Carroll. Let me just say, because I talked about Black men hating their skin and Black men being colorists and the darkest Black men being the worst with it, and why you find very thin, very dark skinned Black American women with white men because our men tend to prefer lighter people. It's not just colorism, it's terrorism. Black men were terrorized into being that way. Cotto is was home to the second most lynchings in Louisiana back when, you know, my grandfather was a child. And my grandfather was 6'7", very dark skinned Black man, could literally darken a door approaching it. And the threat of being targeted for your Blackness, for your strength, for your, oh, we fear you, so we're going to unalive you. That's what made my uncles migrate to the West Coast. And as soon as they got to Seattle, they just dived in every white woman they could. It wasn't just, I don't like my color, because I think all of them, they knew they were handsome. I mean, my household, especially when my younger uncles moved in with my mom, was a parade of white women. A parade of them. A parade. A parade. I that is the most accurate word I can use. But they got like that because of all of the lynching. They got like that because of being hunted. They got like that because they don't want their children to be hunted the way they were. They don't want their children to be discriminated against like they were. So they chose these non-Black women to procreate with. Now, I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying I have empathy for that. And I only recently developed it because I used to be like, you weak ass niggas, where's your pride? Fuck y'all. I love being Black. I'm fixing to find me a bald headed ass African. I love being Black so much. You know, it ruined my life. But DeSoto, Red River, Jackson, Wynn, Caldwell, Grant, LaSalle. I'm trying to find y'all. Acadia, St. Landry, Iberia. There you fucking are. I found you. I found you. I thought you guys were looking at this with me whole time. I didn't even share my screen. I'm so sorry. I found you, New Iberia. I found you right there. So Charles, Washington. I found you, New Orleans. I'm a hot mess. I thought I was looking at this with all you guys, but I opened the map to look for you guys. I know exactly where that is. I used to work for a helicopter company off in Blanchard Road in Shreveport, and Beyonce's family on her mother's side also comes from New Iberia. Come on, This is what the African, can I just say that this is what the Black American is? And maybe this leads to some envy. All these celebrities you see, we related to. I'm literally kinfolk to Michael Jackson. My grandmother's maiden name is Jackson. She comes from a long line of Jacksons. And we discovered, and you think they're Choctaw and we're Choctaw by some coincidence? Our ancestors were owned on some of the same plantations. Like, we Jacksons for real. We Jacksons for real. My brother baby pictures and Michael Jackson's baby pictures, they look the same. Well, we Jacksons for real. This lady probably Beyonce cousin for real. Like, all these people is family for us. All these people, can I get your autograph? Can I get your autograph? Like, that's nephew right there. That's auntie right there. Why you think all these gang members got names like folks and cuz? Caldwell, I didn't find you. New Iberia is where Beyonce's people are from. Come on. Lou Rawls, my distant C. 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 That's why I take this culture shit personally. Like, literally, the people of our blood founded this culture, just like you should be sensitive about your culture. Real talk, because that pic you posted of Lord looked like you and my. I'm telling you, I used to go live and people would start typing stuff like, got a light skinned friend, look like Michael Jackson, got a dark skinned friend, look like Michael Jackson. Or play Ready for the World. She was ready for some action. My man said you ain't a freak, so you gotta prove my man wrong. Yeah, that's how it go. Like, so many times people have tried to drag me and like, oh, she looked like Michael Jackson. I'm like, bitch, this will never be an insult. First of all, there was a period of his life where he looked like a very pretty woman. Second of all, that afro is mine, and that I like my Negro nose with Jackson 5 nostrils. Yeah, that's my bell pepper ass nose. You can't shame me for being a Jackson. I'm too proud. Yeah, there's definitely an underlying jealousy. And the thing is, I hate to call other people jealous. I hate to do it. It makes me uncomfortable. It makes me feel like I think I'm better than somebody. And the thing is, I don't. I mean, I have a lot of pride in my people, but the thing is, like I don't feel like I'm just naturally superior over a Nigerian or a Kenyan, the way some of them feel like they're naturally superior over us. I don't have that in my heart. When I was younger, I used to think light skinned women were the most attractive, but girl, girl, the way the light skinned girls got it hard out here today. I feel bad. They're in their era. Like, of course, light skinned girls are never gonna like be a total loss, but like they are in their era of, you know how light skinned men, everybody wanted a light skinned man, and now people make fun of light skinned black men, even though some of us still find them to be very pretty. Overall, like, they be trying to tan. These dark skinned girls out here are eating. And it sucks because there are light skinned people in our community who, they got light skin and soft hair, and that's why they got picked. And the truth is, some of them were never attractive. Some of them are God's gift, but so many of them were never attractive. It was just because you had that hair and that color that, you were chosen over everybody else. But the way we have been having these colorism, texturism, featurism conversations, black men be listening. They be listening to these women's conversations, and they be checking themselves. They're like, now I just look for features. And these dark skinned girls are killing it. Like, please don't let me just TikTok dark skin. Dark skin, Black American, TikTok. Like some of these girls are so pretty, it don't make no sense. It's like, why do you even look like that? Who are your parents? I demand to see them. And I chose her picture because this is a Black American. This is not a Black American. It's like, why do you look like this? What do you need this space for? People get surgery to look like this. How is that even fair? And they don't need light skin as a gimmick. They don't need it. Give me a break. Now, this is somebody who, dark skin East Asians, not African American, but fucking gorgeous. Like they're winning. And it's like, what can you even say? Black American. Looks a little like Kelly Rowland, just a little. I don't know if she's Black American, so I'm not gonna click on her. But let me dig up Olandria and Shelley. Olandria and Shelley. Because I'm telling you, the world of white women hate these little Black girls. They hate them. This is Shelley. Black America, they want them to be mean girls so bad. This is Shelley. She looks like a doll. It's no exaggeration. She looks like a doll. Now, let's just type in Olandria. So they're on Love Island with a bunch of non-Black people. They're some of the only people there. Um, Olandria, and you know she's Black because listen to the name, Olandria. And I just got done watching a Nigerian calling her Niger. Now, she probably does have predominantly Nigerian ancestry. I won't put them past them. But I'm like, this is what we look like. Stop playing with us. Who told you every African American is going to be light skinned? Some of us get real nice and deep and dark. Body go crazy. Why do you look like that? Why do you look like that? And I'm telling you, you know what her biggest fan base is? They're white men, but even they're MAGA white men defending the hell out of her. This is their shit. So when the guy asked me earlier, how come, these Black women are with white men? I'm like, look at the Black women who are with white men. They're some of the blackest Black women you know. And, I think there's some trauma related to Black men having a certain skin color and they just are on the side of light skin. But like it don't make no sense. Her whole body goes crazy. Why do you look like this? You don't even have to. You don't even have to try that hard. You don't even have to put on makeup. She gets on camera with no makeup and it's fine. It's just fine. Those eyes. Give me a break. Give me a break. This girl is jealous of her. This girl is absolutely emotionally immature. Let me not. But the jealousy Shelley and Olandria encounter, it's crazy. But I'm like, Alandria, just like Omarosa, like these are Black ass names. So this is according to our naming pattern. We got this. But even Omarosa Manningault, it's like She never needed the gimmick of being light skinned. She never had to be. And that's kind of a middle finger to colorism. You're just a living, breathing middle finger to colorism because it's like, bitch, I look like this. I don't need like light skin to put me on. I look like this. The fact, just amazing. So the dark skinned girls are out here winning. And I think this increase in them dating white men has kind of got the brothers looking at them a little differently. Like, bring your black ass back here. Who said you could go anywhere? I say that because we've been so welcoming. So why the hate towards us? I think sometimes when you give a person an inch, they take a mile. You know how people say no good deed goes unpunished? I think that's what Black Americans are dealing with. Because none of them can say we weren't welcoming. All they can do is talk about some elementary ass school kids who called them African booty scratchers. They can never say we haven't been welcoming because we have been. And that's on 40 something million Black Americans. Like we've been accepting. We've celebrated them. Even in the UK, I didn't even bring up UK Black folks. They talk about African Americans like crazy. I'm like, bitch, why are you dragging me wearing a do-rag? Go home. Go home. How are you gonna drag me like you're cosplaying me right now? When did you ever? You trying to drag me and you got on a jersey and a t-shirt and you're sagging your pants? Who are the people who started wearing jerseys off the court to make it look cool? Like, go home with your whole Allen Iverson inspired ass outfit. You talking to me and you got on Jordans, you got on retros. Get away from me. You know they tried to take credit for rap. These UK Black people, it was crazy. I'm like, the first time we heard you people rap, we thought it was funny because your accent says tea and crumpets and you're talking violence. You don't sound like you could whip nobody's ass. You sound like a prime minister to us. Yes, we are listening like we all thought Beyonce was the it girl, only to realize that Kelly Rowland and Latoya Luckett was better looking. And let's not talk about a young Kenya Moore. Young Kenya Moore is unbelievable. Not even young Kenya Moore. Like forget 20-year-old Kenya, forget early 30s Kenya, but Kenya in the late 30s and early 40s, my God, today. My God, today. I don't understand. She looked like a real Barbie. And you know what? She has a real Barbie. When they had that Barbie party, they were like, oh, which Barbie are you? She's like, I showed up as myself. Kenya Moore hair care. Like, bitch, brag because you're you. Brag because you're you. I personally, I've always favored Beyonce over Kelly and Latoya, but you best believe there was an unattractive girl in Predestiny's Child, and she got kicked out because she didn't look like the rest of them. So that means Latoya, Latavia, Kelly. Part of the reason they got to stay in the group is because they have looks on a Beyonce level. Like we look like we're supposed to be a group. We look like we're friends. We look like we hang out. You don't go here. And that's harsh, but that is to say that I acknowledge that, Latoya and Kelly have superior beauty. Like I've always favored Beyonce, but that doesn't mean I don't recognize that you know, every now and then Kelly takes my breath away. And when one of my friends wanted to be Beyonce and I couldn't fight her on it because she looked something like Beyonce, I was like, well, I can't be Kelly. I guess I'll be Latoya. So she definitely was my second choice, even though I looked more like Latavia at that time. Now, don't get me wrong. Light-skinned women are still very beautiful, but what I've noticed is dark-skinned girl is very attractive. She takes all that. All the air out of the room. All the air out of the room. People don't know what to do with the fine ass, I never needed European blood to exist ass woman. They don't know what to do with her. And all the white men become Jodeci. Take my money, my house, and my car for a hit of you. You can have it all. I had a Nigerian pilot explain to me that Black Americans are like the rich uncle that you wish was your dad. So that makes them jealous. Wow. That's interesting. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Because, I mean, she's giving you firsthand experience. She mentioned earlier that she trained over 50 something Nigerian people. And so they've had these conversations. And every now and then, one is cool enough to let you know what people are thinking. Every now and then, I mean, there's always that. You know, I went through a lot of anti Black racism with Somali people, but clearly I married a Somali. Clearly my son was half Somali. Like you always are going to meet somebody within the group who isn't a sheep and who don't just go along with crowd mentality or mob mentality. And they're just amazing people. And they tell you the secrets. They tell you what's really on their people mind and how they really interact. And I appreciate that. So we're gonna end here. I've been here for 4 hours, child. My neck and my back. Thank you guys for coming. I appreciate you. Where is that outro?